Chapter 2064. The Primordial Spiritual Beings Challenge. On the martial stage of the human race, Tianzong divine martial artist was also looking at Lin Ling. Many top experts of the divine race and the demon race were also looking at him. Because ordinary experts did not dare to eliminate them, they were quite relaxed. Most importantly, they wanted to see how useless Lin Ling was. Hee, you finally agreed to the battle? Tell me, what's your current cultivation and how many laws do you have? Wei Tianba sneered when he saw Lin Ling coming out. First level Martial Emperor Realm. Lin Ling did not hide anything. Seems like the 7 emperors have spent a lot of effort on you. However, have you reached 5,000 laws? I heard that the burning law poison has burned many of your laws. Perhaps, you are the first Martial Emperor Realm expert who has not reached 10,000 laws. Wei Tianba was still confident because the burning law poison was something that even the ancient giants could not cure. Therefore, Lin Ling must have been injured by the poison. Cut the crap. If you want to eliminate me, you will die. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. Hee, even though I'm only at the 10th level of the martial sacred realm, I have the Beast King Divine Hammer, which can reach 8,000 laws. You are no match for me. Wei Tianba sneered and patted his waist. A golden hammer appeared in his hand, and the moment the hammer appeared, it shone brightly and the roar of a beast king could be heard. This hammer had more than 4,000 laws. It was a weapon that was half a step into the 3-star immortal weapon level. Hee, human realm legend Lin Ling, facing my Beast King Divine Hammer, you can only regret it in the underworld. I have avenged the Ji family. Let me tell you, my divine hammer comes from the nation of gods. Wei Tianba's aura became stronger and stronger like the king of beasts. No wonder he dared to appear here with his cultivation. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling shook his head and shot towards the expert. Wait! However, just as Lin Ling was about to attack, Wei Tianba suddenly roared, causing Lin Ling to frown. What was he trying to do? You must tell your friend to stay away. Wei Tianba said coldly. Why? Lin Ling was puzzled. Are you stupid? Because when I kill you later, your friends will help, and they are all stronger than you, so I can't underestimate them. So for the sake of fairness, tell them to get lost. Wei Tianba shouted angrily, blaming Lin Ling for not being tactful. Too stupid. Lin Ling was even more astonished. With Wei Tianba's cultivation, how could Lin Ling need help? I think too highly of you. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the black tortoise's 9 steps appeared. He arrived in front of Wei Tianba and punched out. Wei Tianba was instantly enraged. Lin Ling attacked as he pleased, and it could be considered a sneak attack. He smashed his divine hammer at Lin Ling, and the angry roars of 100 beasts resounded like the beating of a heavenly drum. Boom! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's fist collided with the divine hammer. The laws roared, but they seemed evenly matched. What? He's fine? Wei Tianba swept his gaze and immediately gasped. The power of 8,000 laws couldn't kill Lin Ling? The crowd's expression changed slightly. Although Lin Ling had declined, his strength was still not weak. If that's all, when I use the power of all creations, you still can't block it. Wei Tianba's body became tall like a giant, and he punched again. Boom! Boom! Unfortunately, in the face of Lin Ling's Azura demon bone, this power was too weak. Lin Ling directly used his fist to block it. Boom! With a boom, the martial stage also swayed. Wei Tianba's expression changed drastically. Compared to him, Lin Ling was more like a beast king. How was this possible? Looks like I have to unleash the full power of the divine hammer. He looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. Just as he was about to swing his hammer, he suddenly realized that the divine hammer in his hand seemed to have become lighter. Your divine hammer is broken. Lin Ling pointed into the distance. On the ground in the distance, a hammer was lying there. The handle of the hammer was actually broken by Lin Ling's fist. My immortal weapon. Wei Tianba was stunned, and even dumbfounded. With your strength, you dare to fight me? You have the nerve to say that you don't want my friend to help? Lin Ling said coldly. His footsteps did not stop. He came in front of Wei Tianba and punched out fiercely. Currently, his physical strength could be said to be number 1 in the mortal world. 10,000 creations unification. Wei Tianba's face turned pale, and he erupted with all his strength. However, his right arm was broken by Lin Ling's punch, and his body was forced to retreat. I admit defeat. Wei Tianba shouted anxiously, but Lin Ling still rushed forward as if the invincible god of war had arrived. I've already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Enough. Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying aura, Wei Tianba's face became more and more angry. Lin Ling, you're going too far. You don't want to fight just because you admit defeat? You're thinking too lightly. Boom! Lin Ling jumped up and smashed down like a meteor, and punched out. Boom! A big hole was smashed in the martial platform, and Wei Tianba was blasted out. However, Lin Ling turned and walked back, leaving the giant stone martial platform somewhat silent. The crowd below was also somewhat silent. Although Lin Ling was poisoned by the burning law, he was once the son of desolation. Ordinary people were ultimately not his match. Lin Ling, good job. Boom! Yuan Shizi and the others immediately laughed. They did not know Lin Ling's specific strength. Only Yu Yu and the others knew. They all walked towards Lin Ling and wiped away Lin Ling's sweat. Their gentle and considerate appearance undoubtedly made many people extremely jealous. On the giant stone martial platform, the experts were even more jealous. At present, there were only 60 people left on the giant stone martial platform. Lin Ling had 5 people beside him, namely Yu Yu and Yuer, Yuan Shizi, the Spirit Tribe's Crown Prince, and Stone God. The others were all eliminated. The remaining experts were also fighting, but more of them were looking at each other. At this moment, a cold gaze pierced through the void and fell on Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned slightly and looked at that person. It was actually Yuan Shizhenren. How about we fight? Yuan Shizhenren spoke, and his voice was not soft. The entire giant stone martial platform fell silent, and all the battles stopped. Yuan Shizhenren wants to fight Lin Ling? The crowd below was also shocked and extremely expectant. Yuan Shizhenren is a human immortal powerhouse. His cultivation has reached Wu Sheng's 3rd realm, and his laws are not weak. Can Lin Ling fight him? The 7 emperors and the others were worried. Even if Lin Ling was not poisoned, it would be difficult for him to fight Yuan Shizhenren, let alone now that he was poisoned. Interesting, Lin Ling's pace is about to stop. What human realm legend? He's about to be eliminated in the 2nd round. He said he wants to get 1st place. Now let's see how he gets it. Without the ancient divine crow and the mysterious ancient snake, Lin Ling is definitely not Yuan Shizhenren's match. Yuan Shizhenren is definitely not Wei Tianba's match. The crowd was also discussing. It was not that they looked down on Lin Ling, but their thoughts were the same as the 7 emperors. Even if Lin Ling was not poisoned, he might not be Yuan Shizhenren's match. Lin Ling, I'll do it. Yuan Shizi looked at Lin Ling and said, he was his master, so let him do it. Lin Ling patted his shoulder and shook his head. What, you don't dare? Chapter 2065. Cripple? In this chaotic battle, only the strong will survive and the trash will die. You, Lin Ling, will definitely die if you dare to come here. However, if you want to blame someone, blame me. If it wasn't for my burning magic poison, you would definitely be famous today. The primeval spiritual master said again, trying to provoke Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, unmoved. This was because the burning magic poison was not poison to Lin Ling, but nourishment. Therefore, he would not be angered at all. How calm? Yuan Shizhenren frowned and suddenly laughed. Sooner or later, we'll have to settle our grudges. Don't you want to end it all? Don't try to provoke me. In fact, even if you don't fight me, I will still kill you. Finally, Lin Ling said calmly, however, I can give you a chance. What opportunity? Instead of getting angry, Yuan Shizhenren asked with a smile. Kill yourself. Perhaps your death won't be too painful. Lin Ling spat out. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the primeval spiritual master laughed out loud. The crowd below also roared with laughter. To say such words to a giant of the human realm, this was simply overestimating one's capabilities. Lin Ling seemed to still think that he was the son of desolation. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. At first, I thought the sentence was wrong, but now I agree because you, Lin Ling, are still as arrogant as ever. Spiritual Master Primordial Beginning walked out step by step, and the experts on the boulder martial platform all made way. Watch the Primeval Spiritual Master eliminate Lin Ling. How many moves do you think Lin Ling can withstand? Even I am no match for Primeval Jinren. As for Lin Ling, I am confident that I can kill him in 3 moves, so Primeval Jinren should be able to kill him in 1 move. Those top experts said coldly. It was time to eliminate the trash, Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, it was as if he did not hear the voices around him. He walked out step by step. It was time for his agreement with the Primeval Spiritual Master to end. You caused me to lose my disciple and my daughter. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Primordial Beginning Spiritual Master stopped in his tracks. Spiraling airwaves erupted from his body and soared into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Instantly, the experts of the 4 stages all looked over, because that was the strongest aura they had seen so far. The primeval chi became more and more terrifying, and the power of law became even more turbulent. 3rd level Martial Emperor, 40,000 laws. Staring at the sky, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect the primeval spiritual being's law to be so terrifying. Previously, Prince Xiao Yao's eruption of 30,000 laws had already alarmed the 100 Years Mountain, let alone now. As expected of the primeval royal family of the Saint's great domain. With this power of law, you can do whatever you want in the mortal world. Looks like the Primeval Jinren will definitely enter the top 20. Perhaps, it's possible to enter the top 5. Many people whispered to each other. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could win. This was because the Primeval Beginning Jinren surpassed Lin Ling in both cultivation and the number of laws. Not to mention, Lin Ling was just a cripple. Rumble. The wind and clouds billowed, sweeping across heaven and earth. The primeval chi permeated the air, and in the center, the Primeval Beginning Jinren looked down at Lin Ling like a divine king. His every word and action represented the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, the shocking thing was that the Primeval Beginning Jinren did not make a move. He was still increasing his power of law, preparing for the most terrifying attack. Apparently, although Lin Ling had declined, his glory in the past was too great, so the Primeval Beginning Jinren made a move with all his might. 2 spiraling primeval chi appeared in the sky, like a huge sun, and his laws had almost reached 40,000. The laws are not bad, but it's a pity that your talent is too low, only a 4th level divine rank. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would be facing a formidable enemy, but to their surprise, Lin Ling said softly. Such words were undoubtedly shocking. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling moved. He did not dodge, instead, he shot toward the Primeval Beginning Jinren, as if he was going to resist the Primeval Beginning Jinren's terrifying laws. Is he crazy? Everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Ling was simply committing suicide. Facing the Primeval Beginning Jinren's terrifying laws, Lin Ling should have chosen to dodge, not meet force with force. Someone like you dares to call yourself a human legend? You overestimate yourself. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, the Primeval Beginning Jinren smiled contemptuously. He pointed his right hand, and the primeval chi flowed out like waves, rushing toward Lin Ling. Rumble. The appearance of the River of Laws was shocking. Boom. Lin Ling's steps were stopped. In front of him was the power of law that could be broken, and he seemed to be drowned at any time. Seeing this, many people held their breaths. Some were happy, some were disdainful, and some were worried. For example, the 7 emperors, Little Flame, Princess Fire Spirit, and the others. However, there were also people who were not worried about Lin Ling, and their expressions were extremely calm. For example, Yu and Yuer and came Spiritual Master. If this Lin Ling is even weaker than the Primeval Beginning Jinren, then he can die. In the distance, on the giant stone martial arts platform of the gods, 9 Suns' lips curled into a smile. Lin Ling. The eyes of Tianzong martial god and Prince Xiaoyao flashed. They wanted to see if this old enemy of theirs was still as powerful as they thought. Under everyone's gaze, they saw that Lin Ling had disappeared, as if he had turned into ashes. However, those who were stronger could see that Lin Ling was following the primeval qi and rushing toward the primeval beginning Zhenren. What kind of powerful defense was this? What kind of terrifying talent was this? Just as they were in shock, the sky in front of the primeval beginning Zhenren exploded, and a mighty demonic aura swept out, as if a great demon king had descended. Azura demon bone. A terrifying punch with ferocious power was thrown out ruthlessly. Boom. The sound was deafening. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the torrential primeval qi, splashing water everywhere. A figure flew backward like a cannonball, finally crashing into his own primeval qi. Drops of blood dripped down from the sky and onto the ground. Drip, drip, drip. Countless people looked at the scene in the sky, their eyes trembling. In the sky, the primeval beginning Zhenren's right arm was hanging down, as if it was broken. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered in the sky, as if he was the immovable wisdom king. Lin Ling actually had the upper hand in their first confrontation? Wasn't Lin Ling crippled? The entire 100 Years Mountain was filled with voices, and no one could believe their eyes. In the past, Lin Ling had created countless miracles and became the #1 genius of the mortal world. Later on, he fell, and everyone was disappointed in him, and even pitied him. But now, Lin Ling had become the #1 genius once again. He was not crippled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why do you have so many laws? The primeval beginning Zhenren let out an angry roar. Lin Ling's talent and physical body were stronger than his, but his power of laws was stronger, so he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of his laws, which meant that Lin Ling had laws that were not weaker than his. Although this was just a guess, it was still extremely terrifying. Chapter 2066. Killed with one strike. No one could answer all of this. It could only be said that the current Lin Ling had exceeded everyone's logic and imagination. It's time for your nonsense to end. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely calm as he walked towards Yuanshi Zhenren. He did not reveal his strength. Everything was for this day. He wanted to see who wanted to kill him. Whoever wanted to destroy his rainforest holy land, he would return the favor. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him step by step, Primeval Immortal's expression finally changed dramatically. At this moment, he could not see through Lin Ling. At this moment, he panicked. In the final analysis, it was because Lin Ling at his peak was too terrifying and had created too many miracles. I'll help you. However, just as he was panicking, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Black light bloomed, and it was as if night had fallen. A man in a black robe floated there. A bow appeared in his hand, and he was about to shoot it into the sky. That arrow pierced through the earth. It was Shinho's son. Moreover, he also erupted with the surging power of the laws as he aimed an arrow at Lin Ling. The strength of this arrow caused the pressure on many powerhouses on the martial platform to increase. In this way, it would be 2 human immortals fighting Lin Ling at the same time. When they saw this, the ground was filled with the sound of rapid breathing. There were even some people who didn't even have the time to curse him for being despicable. Lin Ling also frowned. Just as he was about to do something, Yuanshi Zhenren suddenly laughed. Lin Ling, do you know? My daughter worshipped you since she was young. Because of you, she severed our father-daughter relationship. So, I crippled her and threw her into the primeval imperial clan's primeval worm prison. Every day, every night, she will be bitten by poisonous worms. Moreover, I even broke her 4 limbs and all the bones in her body, making her life worse than death. Ha! All of this is because of you, Lin Ling. The primordial Lord of Heaven became hysterical, his eyes filled with madness. Those who knew the primeval spiritual master sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the primeval spiritual master to be so ruthless that he would kill his own daughter. Primeval spiritual master, what did you do to junior sister Gu Er? On the stage, Yuan Shizi's eyes turned red. His master was not a human. Lin Ling was also stunned for a moment. Then his eyes turned red. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. He thought of the innocent girl in the primitive royal family. He thought of the shy girl who worshipped him. Bastard, you won't even spare your own daughter. Yu and the others had tears in their eyes. They could imagine Yuan Shigu's situation. Moreover, they had made things difficult for her in the past. At this moment, they felt extremely guilty. She can't even move and is bitten every day. Moreover, her face is disfigured, so she doesn't dare to come and see you. However, she calls your name every day. She said that she can die without regrets because in this life, she finally saw the person she worships. The primeval spiritual master laughed crazily. He seemed to be crazy, but in reality, he was also angering Lin Ling, because he was secretly brewing an even more terrifying power of law. You must die. Lin Ling's expression was somewhat sinister. He finally spat out a sentence. His voice was calm, but his killing intent was terrifying. It actually caused everyone on the ground to feel a chill in their hearts. Was this still the crippled Lin Ling? Moreover, in their eyes, Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy as he pounced towards the primeval spiritual master. This kid is really sincere. Seeing Lin Ling lose his mind, many people secretly admired him. Lin Ling, don't be fooled. The 7 emperors and the others anxiously shouted, because in front of Lin Ling, the arrow from the divine marquis was already aimed at him. In fact, he should be waiting for Lin Ling to arrive. Lin Ling. Everyone who knew Lin Ling shouted at the top of their lungs. As for the son of famine and the others, they sneered. Lin Ling's personality had a huge flaw, and that was that he placed too much importance on friendship. For the sake of friendship, he could attack regardless of the consequences, regardless of whether he went to the ends of the earth or to the underworld. The primeval spiritual master was clearly very familiar with Lin Ling's personality, so he attacked Lin Ling's weakness. Come at me. Sure enough, when Lin Ling pounced over, the divine marquis finally sneered. The huge bow in his hand shot out, causing the sky to explode. An arrow pierced through the sky. Divine marquis heaven-piercing arrow. Without 50,000 law enforcers, no one could block this arrow. Primeval world extermination. The primeval spiritual master also pushed his hands forward. The torrent of laws was vast and mighty, and it actually followed the divine arrow out. With the combination of these 2 terrifying laws, without 60,000 law enforcers, they would definitely die. Although Lin Ling's talent was higher than theirs, his laws couldn't compare to theirs. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the attacks of 2 human immortal giants. I never thought that in the second round, such a terrifying battle would erupt on the human race's martial stage. At this moment, all the experts of the 4 clans looked over. The weaker ones felt an extremely great pressure. This time, Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block it. Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling. Some sighed, some sneered, and some were filled with anticipation. However, what was surprising was that in the face of that terrifying power of law, Lin Ling still did not retreat. Instead, he fearlessly charged towards the primeval spiritual master. Primeval spiritual master, Lin Ling, owed her a favor. Today, if Lin Ling, retreated, then Lin Ling, would no longer have the qualifications to be a human. So what if it was a conspiracy? So what if it was a provocation? Lin Ling knew that it was a provocation, but he couldn't suppress his anger. Since that was the case, then he would let his anger explode. Only this sword, the hegemon of the world, sings. Facing the joint attack of 2 human immortal giants, relying on the physical strength of the Azura Devil Bone was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, Lin Ling touched the ancient sword behind him with his right hand. At this moment, the ancient sword finally erupted with a dazzling light. He was the 3rd rank Wu Sheng, the slayer of 3 corpses, the Azura Devil Bone. All of his terrifying trump cards erupted. 50,000 laws, earth-shattering eruption, In addition to the 4-star Immortal weapon, the hegemon sword, which increased the power of law by 10,000, was able to cut the heavens. Unfortunately, this ferocious light burst forth too late. Everyone only saw the primeval great precepts drown Lin Ling, and the terrifying giant arrow that could shoot through a country killed Lin Ling. At this moment, those who knew Lin Ling shouted even louder, as if they saw the number 1 genius of the human realm, Lin Ling, fall. Even Yu Yu and the others clenched their small hands. Lin Ling fought against 2 human immortal giants. Their confidence was not very strong. But at this moment, the sword light appeared. The space split open, and the great law bloomed, forming a lightning pool. Moreover, the terrifying space law actually condensed, turning into a sword that didn't look huge. But this was more like a real sword. Boom! Under the sword, the giant arrow was instantly shattered, and the terrifying torrent of law seemed to be cut off, shooting in all directions. That sword had severed everything. What? Some experts looked as if they were struck by lightning, their eyes fixed on the sky. The ground was also dead silent. Cripple? Or cripple? If they had some doubts when Lin Ling defeated the primeval spiritual master, then now, any doubts were blown away by the wind. Chapter 2067. Round 3 begins. How could they know that although the 2 worldly immortal giants had a total of 100,000 laws, it was obvious that they did not come from the same person, so the power of the law did not count as 100,000. Lin Ling had erupted with 60,000 laws, but his talent was even stronger and more terrifying, so he was able to cut off the 2's laws. Of course, if the primeval Jinren's talent was not lower than Lin Ling's, then Lin Ling might not be able to cut it off. Impossible! Yuanshi Jinren and Shinho Zi roared at the same time. In their eyes, a sword came from the horizon. The power of the law made them unable to resist. After a gust of wind, a sword mark appeared on Shinho Zi's neck. He touched his neck and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. The only thing left in his mind was the scene of him mocking Lin Ling. Poison of burning law? This is great. I didn't expect that you, the primeval Jinren, would obtain such a treasure from the martial god realm and poison Lin Ling. Then are we still going to chase after Lin Ling? Chase? Why should we chase? In fact, if I knew who wanted to kill Lin Ling, I would be the first to disagree. Because letting Lin Ling die now would be letting Lin Ling off easy. Letting him fall from heaven to hell before dying would be the greatest torture. That's a good suggestion. I'm really looking forward to next year's tournament. I wonder how Lin Ling will react when he is trampled by the 4 great clans? At that time, he was smiling happily and contentedly. But now, he could only smile bitterly. Plop. Almost at the same time, a head fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shocking everyone. On the other hand, Primeval Spiritual Master had been sliced in half and had fallen onto the martial arts platform. However, he was clearly not dead and was trying to stand up with difficulty. However, he quickly stopped because he saw a slender figure walking towards him step by step. It was Lin Ling. The Primeval Spiritual Master's breathing slowed down. He saw that Lin Ling's expression was very cold. I've said it before. If you kill yourself obediently, you won't be tortured. A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the primordial spiritual master's body to tremble. Then an arm grabbed him by the head, and a mysterious power surged into his body. At first, that kind of power was itchy, incomparably itchy, making him want to dig out his skin. Then came the coldness. The coldness seeped into his heart and reached his soul. Next was heat, as if he was inside a volcano. However, he couldn't sense any flames. This feeling was simply the greatest torture in life. Only those who had experienced it would know. At this moment, he suddenly regretted infuriating Lin Ling, because the price he had to pay was terrifying. If I want to torture you, I have thousands of ways to do so. Yuanshi Jinren's angry voice rang in his ears, making him speak with difficulty, "Kill me, kill me." At this moment, he finally understood what Lin Ling meant. Sometimes, death was a relief. Now, he wanted to die, but it was very difficult. Because your daughter objected to your actions, you crippled her and tortured her. I really don't understand how you're a father and son. No matter how vicious a tiger is, it won't eat its own children. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. You tortured Yuan Shiguzi, so I'll torture you even more horrifying than her. Because you're not human. As the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, Lin Ling did indeed have a lot of ways to torture people. No, kill me. The primordial spiritual master's body seemed to have a large number of insects crawling on it. It was frightening just looking at it. Hey, kill him. As the former disciple of the primordial spiritual master, the primordial spiritual master clenched his fists tightly. His master was indeed despicable. Finally, this is for your daughter, Yuan Shiguzi. In the end, Lin Ling coldly shouted and clenched his fist. The primordial spiritual master's head exploded and he died completely. However, a strand of yellow spring flame floated over and burned his soul, bringing him into the purple mansion. Treat him well, Lin Ling muttered to himself. In the purple mansion, the yellow spring army sneered. Treat him well? They definitely understood. After that, Lin Ling walked towards Yu and the rest. When he stopped, he let out a cold voice. I know that many people here want to see a good show and many people want me dead. Especially after I was poisoned by the flame poison, everyone wants to step on my head. Sigh. Unfortunately, you're all going to be disappointed. Anyone who wants me dead, who wants to trample on my people, please step forward. I'll show you what hell really is. Sigh. His voice floated out like the wind, reaching the 4 giant stone martial platforms and even the entire 100 Years mountain. What is hell? Sigh. That tyrannical voice was like a thick threat, and also like a sword hanging on everyone's neck. If you dare to come, then go to hell. Bastard. Bastard. In an instant, the experts of various clans had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, they endured it. Now, Lin Ling had proved that he was not a cripple. If ordinary people wanted to kill him, they would only die. Moreover, the facts also proved that Lin Ling was still a monster. This made those who wanted to see a good show feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Obviously, no one dared to challenge Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a bit tyrannical, he had killed 2 human immortal realm experts. This was the strength of the Son of Desolation. I didn't expect that he didn't die, but became even stronger. Interesting. Interesting, he's too weak. I'm not interested in fighting with him. Yes. 60,000 laws. Not bad, he's invincible in the 1st level martial emperor realm. However, he should have used his full strength, and we haven't. Bastard. The top geniuses of various clans said coldly. Among them, the Son of Desolation sneered. Obviously, although Lin Ling could not be underestimated, they were still confident. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Yes. Human realm legend Lin Ling. Yes. Good job. Yes. On the human race's side, a large number of cheers rang out. The genius Lin Ling in their impression had once again created a miracle and returned to the divine altar. Moreover, he had announced to all his opponents that if they dared to come, they would be waiting to go to hell. How domineering! The human race had always lacked a pillar of support, and now, they felt that it was Lin Ling. Because only Lin Ling dared to speak so arrogantly. Below the giant stone martial platform, the 7 emperors laughed. In the past, we had always protected him, but from now on, he has started to protect us. Spread your wings and fly high, your wings are full. Emperorly show like being protected by him. Those experts who had a good relationship with Lin Ling felt gratified. Lin Ling, stay here. I'm going to the great sage realm. Yes. Spiritual master came floated in the sky and said to Lin Ling. It seemed that he was going to save Yuan Shiguzi. Lin Ling immediately relaxed and nodded with a smile. He chatted with Yu and the others, looking extremely relaxed. After the 2nd round of eliminations, only 20 people from the 4 clans were left. A total of 80 people were left. Next was the most crucial battle between the 4 clans. The 4 giant stone martial platforms combined to form an even larger martial platform. They would fight by drawing lots. Once they lost, they would be eliminated directly. Chapter 2068. The shocking strength of the experts of various races. As a result, the experts of the 4 clans became excited. The following battle would definitely be exciting. As for the experts who were about to participate in the competition, they were also extremely excited. Moreover, they hoped that they would not be eliminated. There's no doubt about the strength of the remaining 80 people. They're all giants of their respective races. We're in for a bit of trouble. After Lin Ling and the others left the martial stage, the stone god looked at the sky and said, many of these 80 people aren't strong. Their talents on the Tree of Talents are above average. As a result, they seem to have a lot of laws, but in reality, that's all there is to it. Lin Ling said with a smile. The stone god's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was so calm? He was extremely nervous. He then looked at Yu and Yuer and the others, and found that they were also extremely calm. These little fellows are more capable than an old man like me. Sigh, I'm getting old, I'm losing face. Stone deity shook his head helplessly. What is a genius? Geniuses are all so confident. Next, the 3rd round of elimination began. At the beginning, it was the devil race's experts who went up on stage, and their opponents were humans. The only outcome for you is death. That ghost coldly spoke, extremely domineering. Let's see how it goes. The human expert was very old. Although he looked calm, he was also very arrogant. The 2 of them soon began to fight. The ghost had a mysterious origin and exploded with terrifying methods. He actually froze the human elder and then devoured his soul. Humans are nourishment. When that ghost won, it released a sinister laugh, making many human experts frown. The other party was too arrogant. What kind of technique is that? So mysterious. Looking at the martial stage, the expressions of the spiritual race crown prince and the others changed. The ghost eye mystique is, in fact, not even worth mentioning. Lin Ling's expression was a little cold. If you meet me, kill him in 1 move. Hearing this, Yuanshi Zi and the spirit tribe crown prince's eyes flashed. Lin Ling seemed to be very knowledgeable. He seemed to know how to break the ghost tribe's trick. The strength of a warrior is determined by many aspects, such as talent, laws, martial arts, and weapons. The talent of the ghost clan is indeed a bit mysterious, but the more extreme the talent, the greater the weakness. A true warrior relies on his own strength, not on unorthodox methods, Lin Ling said again, making Yuan Shitzi and the others nod. Next, the elimination continued. Gradually, there were only 60 people left. Many experts from various races had been eliminated, causing the spectating experts to suck in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, this was a very intense battle. But to top powerhouses, this was merely a warm-up. In the next round, it was finally Stone God's turn. His opponent was a powerhouse from the godly kingdom, Wuxia, who looked extremely ordinary. Currently, there were only a few 10th stage realm Wuxia left behind. Most of them were in the martial emperor realm. Old ancestor Stone God, you can do it. The opponent is very weak. Stone God will definitely win. The 3 mysterious of the mortal realm cheered, causing the stone deity to laugh as well. Even though he usually transformed into a boulder and didn't care about the world, that was only relatively speaking. He remained indifferent towards the weak, but against the strong, he still wanted to see who was superior. Now that the martial stage was the strongest martial stage in the world, how could he not be moved? Old man, you must win. Stone God, congratulations on entering the top 40. The 7 emperors, Fire Toad, and the other powerhouses of the mortal realm laughed. However, just as they finished their words, Lin Ling shook his head and said, Stone God, you'd better admit defeat. What? Everyone opened their mouths wide. Stone God wanted to admit defeat in the face of Wu Sheng, a 10th stage realm powerhouse? Stone God was a 3rd stage martial emperor. His realm was so much higher than his opponents. Could it be that Wu Sheng, a 10th stage realm junior, had 50,000 laws? If that was the case, it was simply too terrifying. I don't know why, but my intuition tells me that you can't continue to be entangled with him. If the situation is not right, immediately leave the martial stage. Lin Ling explained. His soul power sensed that Stone God had a strange power, as if he was an opponent who relied on treasures to become stronger. But Stone God would definitely treat other people's words as nonsense, but he believed in Lin Ling's words. Then, Stone God jumped onto the martial stage, but his opponent was still calm, looking like a loser. However, after the fight, his opponent took out a guqin and gently played it. Waves of green laws shot out, and those laws had reached 30,000. Moreover, the laws were increasing, close to 50,000. Obviously, that person wanted to kill Stone God. Fortunately, Stone God was prepared. When he felt something was wrong, he jumped out of the giant stone martial stage. Instantly, that person was stunned. That feeling was as if he had prepared his strongest punch, but it was as if he had punched cotton. Stone God's reaction is so fast. He almost died. He's so lucky. Could it be that he knew his opponent's trump card beforehand? On the side of the human race, everyone was surprised. Stone God was extremely depressed, but thinking that he had survived, he still smiled. Admirable, that martial artist from the godly kingdom has such a mysterious weapon, and Stone God actually guessed it. Admirable. Those human realm giants all said. Stone God smiled, but did not explain anything. He knew that it was Lin Ling who had reminded him. On the martial stage, the god race expert was so angry that his body was trembling. This was because his mysterious zither could only be used once. But now he had wasted one. Most importantly, that old man's nose was very sharp. He didn't say anything and immediately retreated. It was as if he was playing with him. Lin Ling's eyes were solemn. The battle between the four races was more powerful than he had imagined. Then, the battle of the Son of Famine appeared on the martial stage. Tianzong martial god appeared, and without a doubt he easily defeated his opponent. However, Lin Ling and the others could see that his strength was also very terrifying. Although he did not use his full strength, I feel that he is stronger than us. The spirit race crown prince frowned. Even stronger is yet to come. Heavenly God Jianghu has made his move. Lin Ling shook his head. Heavenly God Jianghu's opponent was one of the 6 young demon kings of the demon race, Tianhu. Both of them were top geniuses of their respective races, and their strength was definitely stronger than the human realm giants. The 100-year mountain was instantly stirred up like boiling water. This was the first time that the top geniuses of the two races clashed. Even the Son of Famine, the Ghost race's Ghost Emperor, and the other strongest experts were looking forward to the battle. On the martial stage, Tianhu was the first to appear. He was wearing a black robe, his face was covered with a mask, and there was a horn on his head, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Tianhu of the demon race is also one of the commanders of the demon race's army. He is a first-level martial emperor, but his strength is so strong that he can kill a third-level martial emperor. So powerful? Then who can defeat him? Just watch, this battle will be very exciting. The experts of various races discussed spiritedly. Hearing those words, Lin Ling and Yu shook their heads. With their strength, they could also kill a third-level martial emperor, so there was nothing to be proud of. Chapter 2069. 10 Divine Fires of Heaven and Earth. Take the expert from the godly kingdom as an example. He was Wuxia, who was in the 10th degree realm, but he could still kill a 3rd degree martial emperor. This Tianhu is ranked 4th among the devil race's little devil kings. His entire body is filled with poison. The spirit race's crown prince said from the side. Are you familiar with the experts of the demon race? Lin Ling was a little surprised. We've fought once before, but that was before we went to the nation of God. Before that, we were on the same level. Now that we're there, I don't know what kind of adventures he had. The spiritual crown prince said. However, the pink crown prince is even more powerful. It is said that he has obtained the inheritance of the devil nation's crystal master. Lin Ling nodded. The pink crown prince was also a formidable opponent that he did not dare to underestimate. Compared to the 3rd crown prince, the 2nd crown prince was much stronger. It could be said that apart from Huang's son, he wasn't familiar with the most powerful geniuses of the ghost race, god race, and demon race. Thus, he needed to watch the battle and understand the enemy as well as himself. And this way, it would be of great benefit to Lin Ling's next breakthrough. At the same time, a voice came from the nation of God. Heavenly God Nine Son, your opponent isn't weak. Don't lose, or you'll lose face for the nation of God. He's not strong enough. Heavenly God Jianghu floated towards the martial arts platform. His long golden hair carried an arrogant aura as he landed on the martial arts platform. Tianwu stared at Heavenly God Nine Sons and said in a low voice, "Golden Dance of the Nine Sons." Heavenly God Nine Sons added, "Number one of the 4 great talents of the gods, I hope you don't have an undeserved reputation." "That day," said Tai Chi again, "you're only ranked 4th among the 6 young demon kings. You're still too weak in front of the number 1 of the god race." Heavenly God Nine Sons shook his head. His words were filled with disdain. Of all the opponents in his heart, only Pink Crown Prince could make him wary. The others were not even worth mentioning. That was before. Green light rippled out from Tianho's body. A pair of wings appeared behind him, and with a gentle flap, clouds filled the sky. Poison dust. At this moment he was like a poisonous moth. As the poisonous dust drifted down, the experts below the giant stone martial stage all turned pale. The weaker ones were directly corroded. This poison was the law of heaven and earth. It was extremely vicious. A single speck of poison dust was like a world of great laws. 60,000 nomological laws. Lin Ling's pupils flickered. Although Tianwu was not rank 3 Wu Sheng, the latter had clearly used other methods to raise his power of laws. Another 60,000 nomological laws, and it looks like Tianho hasn't used his full strength yet. It's even stronger than the 60,000 nomological laws that Lin Ling used before. The devil race is truly terrifying. Tianho is only ranked 4th. What about the Pink Crown Prince? If that's the case, Heavenly God Nine Sons will be in trouble. Without any suspense, the 100 Years Mountain was also in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling looked around and found that Yu and Inyuer were calm, but the Crown Prince of the Spirit Tribe was frowning, as if he was afraid of Tianho. On the other hand, Yuan Shizi's eyes were burning, as if he had the confidence to fight Tianho. Looks like Primeval Beginning's strength was not weaker than Tianho's. However, thinking about it, Yuan Shizi was originally a rank 1 martial emperor, and he was also the son of desolation. His strength must have increased greatly during this period. Lin Ling, who do you think will win? Yuan Shizi suddenly asked. Lin Ling already had an answer in his heart, but he did not answer. Instead, he looked at the martial stage. At that moment, Heavenly God Nine Sons' golden hair was dancing in the wind. He stood there like the Son of God. He laughed and said, "Not bad, 60,000 nomological laws. Unfortunately, it's still an ant to me." His words were extremely arrogant, but his aura was extremely ordinary. It could not be compared to Tianho's. Therefore, many people were stunned by his words. Who do you think will win? Lin Ling laughed and asked Yuan Shizi. The answer was very clear. Yuan Shizi frowned. He knew that Lin Ling had said that Heavenly God Nine Sons would win. However, judging from the current situation, Heavenly God Nine Sons did not seem to have any advantage. 60,000 nomological laws are still an ant? This must be a joke. Heavenly God Nine Sons and Tianho are both geniuses of their respective races. He has no right to look down on them. An arrogant army is bound to be defeated. Just you wait. All kinds of voices floated around the 100-Year Mountain. Like Yuan Shizi, no one believed Heavenly God Nine Sons' words. In their opinion, Heavenly God Nine Sons and Tianho were evenly matched. I haven't heard of this term in a long time. Tianho seemed to be angry. However, Heavenly God Nine Sons' next words enraged him even more. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Then, become an eternal slave of the celestial race. You may still have a chance to live. His words were even more arrogant. Even the demon race could not take it anymore. They roared in anger. The Pink Crown Prince said in a low voice, "Such arrogance. Be careful not to humiliate yourself." Hee hee, it's not arrogance if you have the strength. The celestial race was not to be outdone. The two races were clearly at each other's throats. The demon race is arrogant. They will never kneel. If you want me to kneel, then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Tianhu was even more furious. Poisonous dust filled the sky. The cries of demon moths could be heard. He had finally made his move. Demon moths flew out. On their wings were the faces of demons. However, they were extremely beautiful from afar. However, wherever the demon moths flew, there would be poisonous dust and laws. A total of 6 demon moths flew out and pounced on Heavenly God Nine Suns. 6 demon moths destroy the sky. 60,000 laws. Their talent is definitely not weak. An expert said solemnly. It's not just 6 demon moths. Look, there's another demon moth with 70,000 laws. The human race's demon, Lin Ling, will only be tortured if he encounters Tianhu. A proud voice came from the demon race. Under the poisonous fog, another huge demon moth flew out. Wherever it passed, it could probably poison any expert below the 4th level martial emperor realm. The giant stone martial platform gradually turned into a world of poison. The experts from various races also stared at the giant stone martial platform. They wanted to see the result and see which top genius would win. Heavenly God Nine Suns is stronger than I imagined. Lin Ling also stared at the sky. However, he was more focused on Heavenly God Nine Suns. He realized that Heavenly God Nine Suns was indifferent to Tianhu's terrifying laws. It could even be said that he was indifferent. How confident was he? Next, it's time for him to make his move. Lin Ling thought to himself. He could guess that Heavenly God Nine Suns had benefited greatly in the 5th city of the nation of God. Now, even if Lin Ling used the primordial divine crow, it would be difficult to suppress him. When the 7 demon moths approached, Heavenly God Nine Suns finally made his move. He stretched out his right hand. On his fingertip, a wisp of golden flame danced. Once this flame appeared, all the flames in the world trembled. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He could feel the flames of yellow springs in his body erupting with a frenzied battle intent. Then, he saw Heavenly God Nine Suns casually sprinkle that wisp of firefly-like flame. At this moment, a single spark could start a prairie fire. After the flame floated out, the entire martial platform instantly exploded. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. The poisonous fog crackled as it was burned. Chapter 2070. Battle of the 4 Ghost Emperors. After that, Heavenly God Nine Suns turned around and left. He didn't even bother to say another word. Seeing that, the entire 100-year mountain became silent. That was because everyone saw that Tianwu was still standing on the martial stage, and those 7 terrifying devil moths were still flying. However, Heavenly God Nine Suns had left. What exactly was he planning to do? What the hell is going on? Did Heavenly God Nine Suns admit defeat? I don't think so. Look, the Heavenly Ho isn't moving. The crowd began to discuss animatedly. Even the big shots of the mortal realm could not understand what was going on. Lin Ling, what's the result? Yuan Shi did not understand what had happened, so he subconsciously asked Lin Ling, Heavenly God Nine Suns won. Tianhu is dead. Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's face changed dramatically. The 7 devil moths were still floating in the sky, and it was the same for Tianhu. However, when a gust of wind blew over, they were actually torn apart like paper. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that not a single drop of blood or flesh sprayed out. It was as if Heavenly Skeleton was made of paper. Not only were the spectators surprised by this scene, even the demons were surprised. Heavenly God Nine Suns was actually this powerful? That fire could kill without leaving a trace. It was simply impossible to guard against it. How could this be? I don't even understand how Heavenly God Nine Suns won. Primeval Beginning said with a pale face. The Nine Suns Heavenly God also unleashed 70,000 nomological laws. However, his innate talent is even more terrifying. He is one of the 10 great divine flames of the world. Therefore, he was able to kill Tianhu without anyone noticing. In fact, he had already made his move after the 9 Suns heavenly god landed on the martial platform. It's just that Tianhu and everyone else didn't notice. Lin Ling shook his head. Looks like he's also an unfathomable monster like you. Hearing this, Yuan Shixi softly sighed. He was losing confidence. Through Lin Ling's explanation, Primeval Beginning roughly understood the course of the battle. However, the others did not understand. All sorts of rumors began to spread. Some even said that Tianhu had secretly allowed Heavenly God 9 Suns to win. Some even said that Tianhu was actually a member of the god race. The rumors from the audience made Lin Ling speechless. Of course, he still had his eyes on Heavenly God 9 Suns. It seemed like the world was fair. He, Lin Ling, had obtained Li Xiaoyao's legacy, and Heavenly God 9 Suns was not weak either. The competition between the 4 clans was getting more and more interesting and more difficult. The subsequent eliminations were rather ordinary, until Prince of Heaven Carefree stepped onto the stage. When he stepped onto the stage, he stared at Lin Ling with a strong provocation in his eyes. It was about time for the fated grudge between him and Lin Ling to come to an end. Without any suspense, he easily defeated his opponent. You're next. Prince Xiaoyao sneered as he left the giant rock martial platform. Lin Ling also smiled and was too lazy to refute. Although he knew that Prince Xiaoyao was hiding his strength, it was nothing to him. After waiting for a while, it was finally his turn to fight. Seeing Lin Ling leap onto the giant rock martial platform, the entire 100-year mountain fell silent. Lin Ling's strength had been recognized, but whether he could win against the top geniuses of the various clans, no one knew. I hope it's not a weak opponent. Many experts muttered secretly. There was no point in challenging Lin Ling if the opponent was too weak. Ghost Emperor Ox. When the voice floated out, the world fell silent. Ghost Emperor Ox, one of the 4 great ghost emperors, and also one of the 4 great ghost geniuses of the Ghost Clan. It was unknown whether Lin Ling's luck was too bad or for some other reason, but his opponent was clearly not weak. And this was also the second clash between the various clans' geniuses after Heavenly God 9 Suns. For a moment, the entire 100-year mountain was filled with cheers, hoping to see the most exciting battle between the human clan and the ghost clan. On the ghost clan side, a child looked up at the sky with surprise in his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect to meet an expert so soon. However, he quickly smiled and walked towards the giant rock martial platform. As he walked, a terrifying thing happened. He gradually grew taller, like a giant ghost ox, and his horns emitted a terrifying ghost chi. This was the Ghost Ox clan. What a strong power of law. It looks like he's also a rank 1 martial emperor, but his power of law is at least 50,000. Lin Ling exploded with 60,000 power of law just now. He seems to be stronger than the Ghost Ox clan. How do you know if the Ghost Emperor Ox is hiding his strength? The crowd discussed animatedly, and even the various clans' geniuses looked over. Boom. When Ghost Emperor Ox arrived at the gigantic stone martial platform, the gigantic stone martial platform shuddered violently. Looking over, the area was filled with ghostly fog. Faintly, one could see the silhouette of a gigantic ghost ox. Its blood-red eyes gave off a suffocating feeling in the darkness. Do you want to fight to the death? Lin Ling glanced at it quietly and spat out a word. So what if I do? So what if I don't? From the ghost fog, a heart-wrenching voice sounded. I've said it before. Those who want to kill me must die. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was actually so confident in facing the Ghost Emperor Ox, a genius from the Ghost tribe. His words were undoubtedly shocking. Even the Ghost Emperor Ox was slightly surprised. Chapter 2071. Yu Battle. And now, with a single slash, Lin Ling had announced that he was no weaker than the top geniuses of the various races. He had once again stepped into the circle of geniuses. As for Ghost Emperor Ox, his heart was pounding. In truth, when he went up, he was already paying attention to this battle. In addition to Lin Ling's previous words, he was not confident in himself. He was wondering if Lin Ling was really so strong. And now Lin Ling's slash had once again shattered his confidence. Because those swords were too sharp. He seemed to be unable to block them. Don't be affected. At this time, a voice floated out in his mind. It was a ghostly head. That voice shook his spirit. Ghost Emperor Ox's aura soared into the sky. He was also one of the 4 great ghost emperors. Although he was the weakest, how could he lose to Lin Ling so easily? Arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. Ghost Emperor Ox roared. Something terrifying happened. On the martial arts platform, ghost emperors appeared in 8 directions. The martial arts platform was drowned in nomological laws. I am a genius of the ghost race. The more I fight, the stronger I become. But you are too confident. Be careful not to fail miserably. Ghost Emperor Ox's aura grew stronger. However, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. It was not that he was arrogant, but he knew that the gap between him and Ghost Emperor Ox was not small. Lin Ling, I will also erupt with 60,000 nomological laws. Let's see how you block it. A giant bull charged towards Lin Ling. Looking carefully, there were many small ghosts crawling on the giant bull. It was extremely terrifying. Sword. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The giant bull was instantly split into 2. That terrifying giant bull was formed from 60,000 nomological laws. Lin Ling's slash was also 60,000 nomological laws. But the one who lost was the giant bull. From this, it could be seen that Lin Ling's sword was very powerful. Of course, swordsmen had powerful attacks. Under the same level of power, swordsmen usually won more. But what was shocking was that after Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, he slashed out again. And this time he slashed towards the left. But there wasn't anything there. Was Lin Ling stupid? Even the 7 emperors couldn't see through Lin Ling's actions. But what happened next proved everything. On the left, a giant ox demon suddenly appeared. It came without any warning, but unfortunately, it was cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. It was hard to imagine that if Lin Ling hadn't swung his sword earlier, he would have been in trouble. How could this be? On the Ghost Clan side, the experts were all shocked. It was the same for Ghost Emperor Ox. This was because this was his innate ability. The law allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably, allowing him to kill a 4th-level Martial Emperor Realm expert. However, he had failed when he encountered Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling knew everything about him. I've come into contact with your tribe before, so I'm very familiar with it. Lin Ling calmly spoke, answering the question in the Ghost Emperor Ox's heart. Naturally, the battle experience he had was from Li Xiaoyao's memories. Impossible, this is my killing move. Ghost Emperor Ox cried out in fear. He thought that Lin Ling was joking, but in his eyes, Lin Ling's face was calm and composed. He couldn't see through him, really. You shouldn't have agreed to a battle to the death with me. Lin Ling shook his head. He slightly increased his law energy to 62,000 and then stabbed out with his sword. The extra 2,000 law energy didn't seem like much, but in reality, when experts clashed, even 1 extra law energy could determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, although the sword looked ordinary, it was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling held the ancient sword in his hand. His figure was elegant and free. His blue robe was like a cloud floating in the sky. Ghost Emperor Ox's eyes trembled violently. He felt that the sword was terrifying. It had the characteristics of space. It seemed distant and slow, but it appeared in front of him in an instant. Moreover, he had a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. Swordsmen didn't swing their swords casually. Every sword was shocking and contained the law of heaven and earth. Bang! It wasn't until Lin Ling withdrew his sword that the crowd below the martial stage reacted. When they looked at Lin Ling again, he had already left step by step. What happened? Who? Lin Ling has already left the martial stage. He seems to have won, but it's too easy. That's impossible. How could one of the 4 great geniuses of the ghost race be defeated so easily by Lin Ling? The voices were like the waves of the sea, carrying the shock of the crowd as they drifted out from all directions. Even the various geniuses narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling was more powerful than they had imagined. Bang! Almost at the same time, on the giant stone martial stage, the tall ghost ox giant collapsed. On the surface, he didn't have any injuries, but on closer inspection, one could see that there was a sword wound between his eyebrows. A fatal sword wound. This also meant that Lin Ling had won. This wasn't a dream. Lin Ling had indeed won. A genius of the ghost race had been defeated by him just like that. Not simple. On the side of the crowd, many human realm giants said solemnly. They sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be qualified to compete for the top 5 in the 4-race competition. And this result was very shocking. Because from the beginning, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Is it his full strength? It's very likely that it's his full strength, but not necessarily, because he still hasn't used the flame of yellow springs. Looks like he's also a strong opponent, just like the top geniuses of the other races. The various geniuses' expressions became serious. Tianzong martial god, Prince Xiaoyao, and the others sneered. Although Lin Ling wasn't weak, they were still very confident at the moment. After Lin Ling left, Pink Crown Prince also went up. Unfortunately, his opponent was too weak, so no one could see through his full strength. However, everyone guessed that this person must be extremely difficult to deal with. Next, more and more people were eliminated. Then it was Yu Yu's turn. Without a doubt, after she landed on the martial stage, a large number of cheers came from all around. Yu Yu was as agile as a lotus, and her strength wasn't weak, so she naturally became the focus of attention. Her opponent was a demon. Although he wasn't a genius, he was still young, and his strength wasn't weak either. After going up on the stage, the demon licked his lips and said, "Beauty, from now on, follow this king and be this king's 99th wife. This king won't touch you today." Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the demon side laughed loudly. "You're courting death." On the human side, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face was cold. Yu Yu was her daughter. Although she married that damned Lin Ling, she wasn't someone those filthy demons could insult. However, what surprised people was that Yu Yu's beautiful face didn't change, and she stood there elegantly. But in the next moment, she moved. Her body floated out like a willow catkin, and her lily-white hand turned into a palm strike. Her entire movement was extremely beautiful, like a fairy. Very beautiful, very beautiful. I heard that you're Lin Ling's woman. Unfortunately, how can Lin Ling be worthy of you? Only this king is worthy of you. The demon stared at Yu Yu. He was actually attracted by Yu Yu's figure and didn't make a move. This meant that he was extremely confident in himself. Hee, if you want to get this beautiful human girl, you have to defeat Lin Ling. Jeers came from the demon side. Chapter 2072. Round 4. He wanted to let Yu Yu know how outstanding he was. Compared to him, Lin Ling wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Seeing this, many voices of exhortation floated over, telling the demon not to ruthlessly destroy the flower. Unfortunately, before they could finish their sentence, Yu Yu's palm came flying toward them. Boom! The devil's body exploded, and a 5-colored light bloomed, absorbing all the devil energy. Then, Yu Yu learned from Lin Ling and coldly left the martial stage. Everyone was silent. Are you that powerful? That seemingly ordinary palm strike had actually easily killed a demon. One had to know that for a demon to appear on the martial stage, there was no need to doubt his strength. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother sucked in a breath of cold air. She could feel that Yu Yu's strength wasn't much weaker than hers. Ever since Yu Yu followed Lin Ling, what did they do? Why was her strength so strong that it exceeded her imagination? Only Lin Ling was not surprised, because Yu Yu's talent was too strong. If she could not win, then her cultivation would have been in vain. "Brother Ling, I won." After returning to Lin Ling's side, Yu Yu immediately said sweetly. Lin Ling shook his head. "We should have ended it from the start. Why listen to that guy's nonsense?" "Oh, I know." Yu Yu nodded obediently. Seeing this, not only the demon race, but also the human race and ghost race youths were extremely jealous. They couldn't understand why Yu Yu, who was cold to others, was so nice to Lin Ling. "If I had such a wife, I would have no regrets in my life." A human youth sighed. With Yu Yu by his side, her strength was great, and she could protect him. Moreover, she was also beautiful. How could he have any regrets in his life? Of course, this was just wishful thinking. After all, if he wanted to get Yu, he had to get past Lin Ling. Moreover, if they knew that Yu was so strong because of Lin Ling, they wouldn't think that Lin Ling wasn't worthy of Yu. Of course, if they were to say that Yu made them jealous, what happened next made their jealousy skyrocket. This was because Inyue had also stepped onto the stage. Moreover, she had listened to Lin Ling's words and made a clean move. Frost spread out and the huge stone stage turned into an ice sculpture. What was frightening was that within the wind and snow law, there was actually a fatal soul force. In just a breath of time, that opponent died instantly, killed in one move. This caused the entire 100-Year Mountain to be in an uproar again. Dark horse, an absolute dark horse. Furthermore, she was a beautiful dark horse. No one would have thought that Yu and Inyue would be so powerful. Their dazzling performance seemed to be even more intense than Lin Ling's, because both of them defeated their opponents in one move. However, the abominable thing was that both of these dark horses were Lin Ling's women. Lin Ling, I'll kill you sooner or later! Exclamation point. Tianzong martial god had long liked Yu and the others, so his face was dark with anger. Such women will belong to me, fallen mortal, sooner or later. Fallen mortal said jealously, but his words were filled with confidence. Of course, the others ignored him. No one believed that fallen mortal was Li Xiaoyao anymore, except for fallen mortal himself. Next, the number of people decreased. Yuan Shizi, the spiritual tribe crown prince, and the others also stepped up and easily won the battle. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this. His gaze was still on the huge stone stage. He realized that the 4 tribes had more top experts than he had imagined. Many of them weren't strong, but they had powerful immortal weapons in their hands, which allowed them to step onto the most dazzling stage in the world. Moreover, Lin Ling was shocked to discover that some of them had 4-star immortal weapons. However, they hadn't revealed their strength yet, so others didn't know. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Apart from the geniuses of the various tribes, the other experts can't be underestimated. The next 40 battles will be even more exciting. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little excited. At the same time, with the end of the 3rd round, the experts of the 4 tribes were also excited because the following battles would be even more sensational. This was also a battle of honor, a battle of the pride of the tribes. Gradually, the 4th round began. Everyone looked at the sky, quietly waiting for the final result of the ancient giants. Although it seemed that the ancient giants of the various tribes could come together to discuss the rules of the 4-tribe tournament, in reality, they were still opponents. However, regardless of whether it was the demon tribe, the ghost tribe, or the deity tribe, they wanted to dominate the world, but they didn't want to kill too much. Because killing 1,000 enemies was equivalent to harming 800 of their own. Therefore, they put in so much effort for the 4-tribe tournament, all for the battle of creation in 3 years. The remaining experts will be indomitable in the future. Their strength and potential are extremely terrifying. Therefore, the ancient giants have unanimously decided that the 4th round will be a point competition. Each person will fight 20 battles, and the 20 people with the most points will remain. A solemn voice drifted out. This concerned the future of the entire world, so the following battles became more and more formal. In the point competition, they could avoid the situation of being eliminated due to a moment of poor performance. For example, if you lost 1 battle but won the next 19 battles, as long as your opponents won less than you would have a chance to enter the top 20. The point competition is also a test of endurance. I must win 20 battles. The remaining people can't be underestimated. Every one of them is an existence that surpasses the giants of the mortal realm. I must consolidate at every step. I must win. The remaining 40 people were burning with the flames of battle. The more critical the moment, the more excited they were. Moreover, each person has 10 chances to choose an opponent. As for the remaining 10 battles, the opponents will be chosen randomly. Moreover, opponents who have fought before cannot fight again. The voice came from the sky again. Among the 40 people, there were strong and weak. If one was unlucky and met the strongest opponent in 10 consecutive battles, such as Pink Crown Prince, Tianzong Martial God, Jianghu God, and the others, then it would be difficult to escape the situation of being eliminated. Therefore, the ancient giants gave them the chance to choose their opponents. In this way, they could choose opponents who were weaker than them. In this way, the chances of passing the round would be greater. The experts of the various tribes nodded. This was very fair. Next, the experts who were about to participate in the competition took a short break. Each person has 10 chances to choose an opponent, so there are 40 people in total. However, each person only has to fight 20 battles, so they will definitely choose the weaker opponents. However, other than those who are famous, it is difficult to determine the strength of the others. On Lin Ling's side, Yuan Shi frowned and said. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling. The spirit tribe crown prince was the same. Previously, they had seen that because of Lin Ling, the stone god had escaped a calamity. Lin Ling seemed to be able to estimate the strength of his opponents. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lin Ling blinked. The two people's gazes made him feel very uncomfortable. If Yu and the others were staring at him like that, Lin Ling did not mind. However, two big men staring at him like that made his skin crawl. Hee, Lin Ling, when you choose your opponents later, you must remind us. Yes, although we are not weak, it is always good to be careful. Yuan Shi and the others rubbed their palms and said. Lin Ling nodded gloomily. Brother Ling, we also need you to remind us, Yu said with a smile. Chapter 2073. Fallen Mortal's Chosen Opponent. Hee, it's better to be simple. That's right. It's very tiring to always challenge opponents that are too strong. And Yuer and Yu both smiled. Their smiles were extremely beautiful. You guys are just lazy. Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. It seemed that his missions had increased. But what if he had to choose his opponent? He immediately looked into the distance. It was time to end the grudges between some of his enemies. Prince Xiaoyao had tried to kill Lin Ling many times. Therefore, Prince Xiaoyao was one of the 10 choices that Lin Ling had. At the same time, Prince Xiaoyao also stared at Lin Ling, and the sneer on his face became even thicker. After a short rest, the battle immediately began. The entire 100 Years Mountain was like boiling water. The cheers were so loud that it seemed like the sky was about to be torn open. Looking around, the 100 Years Mountain was already filled with people. People from all the major clans had arrived and were watching from afar. They were supporting the pride of their own clans. For example, in the human race, the ones who received the most attention were Heaven-Blessed Martial Prowess, Prince of Freedom, Lin Ling, and Fallen Mortal. These 4 people's reputations among Huang's children were too great. Lin Ling. Come on, Heaven-Blessed Martial Artist. Everyone was supporting their idols. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly when he heard the cheers. Although he was already used to this kind of scene, today's scene was even more sensational because it was supported by more than 1 billion people. The scene was beyond imagination. And on the boulder martial platform, the first person to fight appeared. It was actually Fallen Mortal. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. All this time, Fallen Mortal was like a clown to him. He didn't know how much that guy had benefited from his adventures in the nation of God. For the first battle, Fallen Mortal would choose his own opponent. Fallen Mortal, you will definitely win. We will always support you. The humans were all excited, but Fallen Dust was enjoying this kind of treatment. His expression was calm, and his hands were behind his back as he swept his gaze across the 39 opponents. As for those who were targeted by his gaze, some of the weaker ones frowned. But fortunately, Fallen Dust looked towards Lin Ling in the end. No way could it be that he wants to fight Lin Ling? Or did he want to fight Yuan Shi and make the first battle so intense? The experts of the various races were filled with anticipation. However, to their surprise, Fallen Dust didn't choose Lin Ling, Primeval Lord, and the others. Instead, he proudly spat out a name. Inyuer. Boom. The entire 100 Years Mountain was struck by lightning. No one would have thought that Fallen Mortal would choose a beautiful dark horse. I really like your cold temperament. I yearn for icy beauties the most, because the colder they are, the more I want to conquer them. I'll only ask you one thing. If you lose, then leave Lin Ling and follow me. How about that? Fallen Mortal's long hair fluttered as he looked at Immortal in a carefree manner. How domineering! As expected of Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, he actually dares to steal Lin Ling's woman. This battle is going to be interesting. If Immortal loses, she will have to leave Lin Ling. And Immortal certainly won't dare to accept the challenge. Many people stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling would react. However, Lin Ling didn't have any reaction. He sat cross-legged and cultivated. Moreover, he was chatting with Yuan Shizhi and the others. This guy. Everyone was in disbelief. Lin Ling's woman was about to be stolen, but he didn't have any reaction? Coward. Someone mocked and scolded. It was an expert from the demon race. Then the scolding became even more. Because if Lin Ling was a man, then he would definitely stand up and protect his woman, and not pretend not to see it. Unfortunately, Lin Ling directly ignored those scolding. How about it? Fallen Mortal also felt that Lin Ling was too cowardly. He was definitely afraid of him, so he became even more arrogant. And you, stood up. She still looked like an icy beauty. Are you sure? You should know that if you lose, you'll have to leave Lin Ling. Forget it, I'll ask Lin Ling. Do you agree? Fallen Mortal shouted at Lin Ling, do as you wish. What made Fallen Mortal even more surprised was that Lin Ling was actually indifferent. Could it be that he didn't even want his own woman? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Immortal's white clothes were whiter than snow. She lightly floated towards the huge stone martial stage. Once she landed on the martial stage, the law of frost filled the air, as if she controlled all the ice and snow in the world. She was the ice goddess. So beautiful. What's the use of being beautiful? From now on, she's a woman who has fallen into the mortal world. Lin Ling is really useless. He actually didn't come out to support his own woman. Many people looked at the huge stone martial stage with admiration. Fallen Mortal was also astonished by Immortal's beauty. Her lithe figure, her beautiful facial features, all of this was too alluring. Lin Ling, I don't cherish you and won't protect you. From now on, I'll protect you. Fallen Mortal gently said, I'll let you have 3 moves. This way, you'll know the difference between Lin Ling and me. And I'm the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. When he said this, he lifted his chin, and an imposing aura like that of a mountain and a flowing river fluttered out. Unfortunately, Immortal didn't know how to appreciate it and didn't say much, so she instantly attacked. I'm the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. In this world, there's no martial art that I don't know, no law that I can't break, because I've seen too much. Fallen Mortal said indifferently when he saw Immortal attack. More than 10 different colored laws floated out from his body, turning into ribbons that extended dozens of meters away. From afar, it was extremely dazzling. Moreover, he instantly exploded with 50,000 law power, causing the martial stage to shake. As expected of the desolation's son, Fallen Mortal. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation? Those laws are the Feather Saint's illumination laws. He knows the heaven and earth, north and south, and can see the flaws of any law martial art. According to this, he really does look like the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. No one wasn't surprised by Fallen Mortal's strength. Moreover, they guessed that Lin Ling's woman was about to change owners. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. Although Fallen Mortal's talent wasn't weak and he could see through many law martial arts, sometimes, seeing through didn't mean that he could break it. For example, in Yuer's Xian body. The difference between a Xian body and an immortal body was obvious. And Yuer's small white hand pointed out like a flying immortal. At the tip of her lily-white hand, a profound entrance bloomed, and frost energy filled the air. It was extremely beautiful. And wherever she passed, Fallen Mortal's law ribbons were like tofu, and they all moved aside. As for Fallen Mortal, his expression changed greatly. He could see through Immortal's law, so he vaguely guessed that it was 70,000 laws. The most important thing was that her talent didn't seem to be a god-level celestial body. Could it be the legendary Xian body? Poof! A finger came from the horizon and shot fallen mortal's chest, making his entire body feel like it was deflating. Most importantly, his soul suffered a terrifying attack, and his mind went blank. Plop! He fell on his back, defeated in one move. With his current strength, facing Immortal, he was indeed like a jumping clown. Silence. The entire 100-year mountain was dead silent. What's going on? The Desolation's son, fallen mortal, was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, but he was defeated in one move. This must be a dream. Everyone watched as Immortal left the martial stage step by step. Finally, they confirmed that this wasn't a dream. Chapter 2074. The strongest winning streak. Fallen mortal was very confident, so he chose Immortal for the first battle. His goal was to win the beauty's heart, but in the end he was ruthlessly slapped by the beauty. Moreover, he lost very shamefully and was directly knocked unconscious. I didn't kill you because I hope you can fight with my husband and then know how lowly you are. Moreover, you want to protect me? After Immortal left the martial stage, she coldly left behind a sentence that made many people come to a realization. Could it be that fallen mortal wasn't Lin Ling's opponent? Everyone looked at Lin Ling again and suddenly found that Lin Ling was still chatting. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the martial stage. This meant that Lin Ling already knew that Immortal would win. No wonder he wasn't angry before, because in the face of a clown's provocation Lin Ling, really didn't need to fight back. And also because Immortal alone could easily defeat fallen mortal. Ha! After thinking this through, the mockery from the 100-year mountain increased. At this moment, fallen mortal woke up in a daze. After he reacted, he was so angry that his face turned black. He had lost the first battle, and he had lost to a woman. Moreover, he had been so proud before, but he had lost in such a humiliating manner. From now on, what dignity would he have left? Thinking this, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood that was 100 meters long. In the end, he angrily left the martial stage. Many elites shook their heads. After this battle, it was proven that Luo Mundane was no longer a threat. Perhaps he was only a clown. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation? If Li Xiaoyao knew that you were so useless, he would definitely come back from hell and ruthlessly slap you 300 times. Someone roared angrily. It was from the human race because they had supported and worshipped fallen mortal before. Who would have thought that he was so disappointing? The two beauties beside Lin Ling are stronger than expected. I'm afraid they've already stepped into the level of the desolates. Lin Ling, you're so lucky. After that, the crowd looked at Lin Ling. Although some people were jealous, more people felt that Lin Ling was qualified. Because Lin Ling was too calm. This meant that Lin Ling's strength might be stronger than he had imagined. I refuse to accept this. Lin Ling, sooner or later, I'll fight you and make you suffer a crushing defeat. Fallen mortal said coldly from afar. However, whether it was luck or intentional, the next round was Yuan Shizi's turn, and he naturally chose his own opponent. Moreover, he stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see what opinion Lin Ling would give. Then let's go to the mortal world. He's injured, so you can defeat him in 3 moves. Of course, even if he's not injured, he's still inferior to you. Lin Ling said. All right, let's beat him while he's down. Yuan Shizi leaped onto the stage and declared war against Luo Qin. Fallen mortal was so angry that his body was trembling. He was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Why was everyone bullying him? Did they think he was a pushover? He angrily climbed onto the giant stone stage, and from the start he exploded with all his strength, wanting to prove himself. This undoubtedly made many strong people shake their heads. The point competition tested one's endurance. Fallen mortal fought consecutively, so he shouldn't have immediately exploded with all his strength. Instead, he chose to fight while recovering. As expected, after Yuan Shizi exploded with the power of laws, he easily defeated fallen mortal in 5 moves. After all, Yuan Shizi was also a son of desolation, so his strength was naturally not weak. 2 consecutive defeats, and he was seriously injured. Without a doubt, fallen mortal had already lost his qualifications. Because the next contestants weren't fools. If they could easily win a match, Why would they challenge the strong? Therefore, they all took the initiative to challenge fallen mortal. Reality was indeed so. The strong people who came out one after another all challenged fallen mortal. After 20 matches, he lost the qualifications to compete. One of the human race's sons of desolation, eliminated. On the human side, the various big shots were extremely disappointed. However, although fallen mortal lost, 2 people rose to replace him. They are Yuer and Yuyu. Their talents seem to be very strong. I don't know how they cultivated and how they rose so quickly. Perhaps Lin Ling's strength is inferior to theirs. Many people guessed, causing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to frown. And Yuer and Yuyu's talents were naturally clear to her, but after following Lin Ling, they soared. Could it be that all of this was caused by Lin Ling? I've been eliminated? Fallen mortal couldn't believe everything before his eyes. Suddenly, he glared at Lin Ling with resentment, believing that all of this was caused by Lin Ling. I've been eliminated. You're next. Fallen mortal said angrily. In his opinion, Lin Ling was very likely inferior to fallen mortal. Next, the cruel eliminations continued. The intense battles were shocking. Then, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince also went up. He chose his own opponent, and after winning 3 matches, he finally chose to give up. First, his opponents weren't weak. To be able to win 3 matches in a row was already not bad. Second, he could continue to win another match, but others could challenge him when they came out. At that time, he wouldn't have recovered, and the situation would be troublesome. Amazing as expected of the Spirit Tribe's #1 genius, winning 3 matches in a row. That's right, the previous opponent from the Ghost Tribe wasn't weak either. His strength was enough to fight 2 human giants, but he still won. Tiske, I didn't expect the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince to be so strong. Such words floated out majestically, causing the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince to smile proudly. As for fallen mortal, who had already been eliminated, his expression was ugly. Another person was stronger than him? Pink Crown Prince. Next, another important powerhouse appeared. It was the demon race's #1 genius. The experts of the 4 races were all excited. Up until now, they still couldn't see through the Pink Crown Prince's strength. They hoped that this round would allow them to see his limits. The Pink Crown Prince's power of laws was unfathomable. After he went up, he randomly chose his opponents, erupting with 70,000 laws. After winning 5 matches in a row, he smiled faintly and left. Although he could win again, it was clear that he didn't want to reveal his trump card. However, such a result still caused a stir among the 4 races. 5 matches, this was the best result so far. Seeing the Pink Crown Prince so arrogant, Heavenly God 9 sons from the nation of God didn't want to be outdone. After he went up, he said indifferently, I won't choose my opponents. You guys can come up as you like. Cheers. Rich. This was the God race's rich. Come up as you like? One had to know that those who could make it to the 4th round weren't weak. In the 4 races, each of them were emperor-level existences. However, Heavenly God 9 sons was so arrogant in front of these top-tier emperors. From this, one could see his strength. I'll go. Cheers. As expected, there were experts from the demon race who weren't convinced. Defeat. Cheers. Heavenly God 9 sons defeated his opponent in 1 move, showing the difference between him and ordinary powerhouses. It also showed everyone what it meant to be the #1 genius of the God race. Let me see how strong your endurance is. I can't beat you, but I'll definitely exhaust you. Cheers. The next opponent was very cunning. He wanted to interrupt Heavenly God 9 sons' arrogant pace and chose to delay tactics. With just you? Go home and train for a few hundred years. Ha! Chapter 2075. Chapter 1955 Recorder. After that, no one dared to go up. This was because the strength of the expert who had been defeated by Heavenly God 9 sons was obvious to all. However, even he had been defeated. If anyone else went up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. If no one wants to come up, then I'll choose my own opponent. Heavenly God 9 sons said in a carefree manner. He challenged one opponent after another, and in the end he won 6 consecutive battles, one more than Pink Crown Prince. Clearly, he was doing this on purpose, insisting on suppressing the devils. Seeing this, the pink crown prince of the devil race was so angry that his face turned red. He said coldly, "I didn't use my full strength. Otherwise, I would have won 10 matches in a row." Idiot, are you the only one who hasn't unleashed your full strength? However, Heavenly God Nine Suns' next sentence left Pink Crown Prince speechless and completely dejected. Indeed, Heavenly God Nine Suns had not unleashed his full strength. Just like Pink Crown Prince, he had only unleashed about 50% of his strength. However, Heavenly God Nine Suns was clearly more skilled than Pink Crown Prince. 6 matches was undoubtedly the current record. Apart from the geniuses of the various clans, who would dare to challenge this record? Clearly they didn't. The other experts all chose carefully. How could they dare to fight continuously? However, there were still many opponents who dared to fight consecutively. For example, the other geniuses of the demon race, but none of them could win more than 5 rounds. Another example was evil god Immortal of the divine race. He had just won 5 rounds. Gradually, it was heaven-blessed martial artist's turn. In the 4th round, a gap has begun to appear in the strength of the participants. The only ones who can continue to shine are the geniuses of the various clans. It seems like it has become a battle between the geniuses of various races. The strongest genius of the human race has appeared. He must be better than the other races. On the side of the human race, cheers rang out one after another. They were filled with anticipation. After landing on the martial arts platform, heaven-blessed martial warrior didn't look at the other opponents at all. Instead, he looked at the top geniuses of various races. "I will represent the human race and create the first in the history of the 4 races. All of you are trash." Even crazier. His first sentence was a declaration. He wanted to create the first record. It's just the power of your tongue. Be careful not to fail miserably. Then you can try winning 7 matches in a row. Moreover, even if you win, if you use your full strength and accidentally lose the next match, it won't be good. Among the human geniuses, you're the only one who can catch my eye. The others are all trash. However, that's all you have. The strongest geniuses of the various clans sneered. Begin. The heaven-blessed martial artist knew that words were useless. Only battle results could prove everything. And his strength was indeed very strong. He also burst forth with 70,000 power of laws and easily won 4 consecutive rounds. 70,000 laws of nature, this was a necessary condition for winning consecutively, and it was not the limit. This also meant that 70,000 power of law was not the full power of a heaven-blessed martial artist. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in him setting a record. Moreover, he would be laughed at by others. Heaven-blessed martial artist, heaven-blessed martial artist. Amazing! He's already won 6 rounds in a row. He's about to break the Protoss record. Good luck. On the human side, everyone's blood was boiling. The honor of their race made them extremely excited. However, heaven-blessed martial god was having a hard time in the 6th match. Unless he unleashed his full strength again, it would be very difficult for him to win. Moreover, his opponent was from the celestial race, so he had to stop heaven-blessed martial god even if it meant death. Against the death warrior, the heaven-blessed martial god found it difficult to take him down. Fortunately, he found a weak point in the other party and dealt a fatal blow, killing the other party. Good, he's won 6 rounds in a row. He's the same as heavenly god Jianghu of the celestial race. The human experts clenched their fists and couldn't help but cheer. This made the heaven-blessed martial god smile proudly. However, he was a little tired in the 7th match. Could it be that he had to burst forth with more strength? However, if he did that, others would laugh at him. It seemed that the first record could not be broken. The heaven-blessed martial god finally gave up the challenge. This made the humans sigh. Of course, they soon became proud again. Although they did not set a new record, they were at least tied with the celestial race for first place. The celestial race is only SOSO. What is there to be proud of? It's only been 6 matches. You think you're number 1 in the world, and no one can surpass you. In the end, you've slapped your own face. Ha, awesome. The human experts were elated and laughed. This made the other three races look gloomy. They knew that the light had been stolen by the human race. In the following battles, most people wouldn't dare to choose to fight consecutively until another top-notch genius appeared. The son of desolation of the human race, son of desolation. Boom. The humans cheered again. This made Prince Xiaoyao smile confidently. He also wanted to break the record and enter the top 5 in one go. Amazing. I only won 3 matches in a row. They can win 5 or even 6 matches in a row. Beside Lin Ling, the crown prince of the spirit race was extremely surprised. This showed the gap between him and the top geniuses. You're lucky. After I defeated Yuan Shizi, I did not dare to fight again. I chose to rest before fighting again. Yuan Shizi smiled bitterly. He then stared at Prince Xiaoyao and said, I wonder how many matches this guy can win in a row. At most 5 matches. Because even if the experts of the various races die, they will still stop Prince Xiaoyao's pace. Lin Ling smiled. This was because he realized that as the competition continued, many of the 40 strongest giants of the various races had fallen. The great waves washed away the sand. The ones who remained were undoubtedly the true kings. 5 matches? Why do I feel that he will break the first record? Yuan Shizi frowned. If he breaks the first record and wins 6 matches in a row, then it will be time for him to lose. Lin Ling said with certainty. On the giant stone martial arts platform, Prince Xiaoyao first stared at Lin Ling on the ground. In the end, he did not challenge Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was not weak. Even if he won, he would be exhausted. Therefore, it was safer for him to choose a weaker opponent. With his strength, it was not difficult for him to win 3 matches in a row in the beginning. Gradually, he began to concentrate. He won 5 matches in a row. However, after the 5th match, he began to feel tired unless he used his trump card. However, it was the same as the unwritten rule. Once he used a stronger trump card, even if he won, he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, the others would laugh at him. I'm the number 1 genius of the human race. I can't be weaker than the heaven-blessed martial artists. I must win another match. In the end, Prince Xiaoyao chose a different path from the heaven-blessed martial artists. He wanted to be more brilliant and dazzling. The 6th match, he fought again. Boom. The 4 races were in an uproar. It was as if a bomb had been dropped. The 100-year mountain was in an uproar. Was another record holder born? As for the top geniuses like the 9 Suns God and the heaven-blessed martial artists, their faces became serious. They hoped that Prince Xiaoyao would lose. However, the development of the situation was beyond their imagination. The heaven-blessed martial artists did not lose. Instead, his aura became stronger. He was like an undefeatable god of war. In the end, he won the 6th match. Amazing! Prince Xiaoyao is also so strong. Chapter 2076. Lin Ling enters the battle. However, Lin Ling shook his head and said, "What a pity." In order to win the battle, he used up all his strength. Even if he didn't reach his limit, he won't be far from losing the next battle. He could see that Prince Xiaoyao had consumed too much energy. After this battle, even a slightly stronger first-level martial emperor might be able to defeat Prince Xiaoyao. This was the result of overestimating one's strength. Unfortunately, other than Lin Ling, no one else could see it. Only after Prince Xiaoyao left did the various races burst out in astonishment. 80,000 laws. This guy is really abnormal. Moreover, the opponent in the 6th battle seemed to have a powerful immortal weapon. He actually defeated him. As expected of Prince Xiaoyao. He has so many laws and is so talented. Who else can beat him? Those who worshipped him shouted excitedly. 2 recorders had appeared in the human race. They were obviously more powerful than the divine race. The experts of the divine race swallowed their anger and were incomparably furious. The lowly human race was actually so proud. Bastard! As for the devil race, they were even more sullen. Pink Crown Prince frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have unleashed a bit more of his strength and won 6 rounds in a row. It was better than having the arrogant human race shit on his head. Lin Ling, you are also a desolate son. However, you can only win 3 battles in a row like the crown prince of the spirit race. Compared to me, you are still too weak. Prince Xiao Yao enjoyed the endless glory as he looked at Lin Ling and said. Because he didn't challenge Lin Ling before, he felt that he had missed something. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant at this moment, suppressing Lin Ling. On the ground, Lin Ling didn't expect Prince Xiao Yao to provoke him in such an arrogant manner. He immediately laughed and said, winning 6 battles in a row. Not bad. However, in my eyes, that's all there is to it. Moreover, you can only win 6 battles in a row at most. If you fight another battle, you will definitely lose. You might even die. As soon as his words fell, the entire 100-year mountain was in an uproar. Winning 6 battles in a row, but in Lin Ling's eyes, that was all there was to it? Isn't Lin Ling a little too confident? Moreover, how could he be sure that Prince Xiao Yao's limit was 6 battles? So arrogant that I can't recognize myself. You don't know yourself. A large number of disdainful voices drifted out. Lin Ling's strength was indeed not bad, but at most, he was on par with the spirit tribe's crown prince and the others. He was not qualified to talk about Prince Xiao Yao. How? Prince Xiao Yao's face was ugly. How did Lin Ling knew that he would lose in the next battle? And the truth was indeed so. He looked relaxed on the surface, but in reality he had suffered heavy injuries. It's better than you. Prince Xiao Yao snorted coldly and ignored Lin Ling. That's right, I think you, Lin Ling, are at most the same as me, the second desolate child to be eliminated. In the distance, Fallen Dust shouted extremely arrogantly. He'd been eliminated, so he really hoped that Lin Ling would be eliminated as well. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. The 4th round of elimination gradually reached its climax. Yu Yu and Yuer and Yuan Shizi all went up and defeated their chosen opponents. Although they did not lose a single battle, they did not win in a row. They fought one battle and rested the other. Even so, the 100-year mountain was still in an uproar because of them. No one expected them to be so strong. After they left, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps everyone had seen too many intense battles, so they were numb to the following battles. Until Lin Ling went up. But in reality, after Lin Ling went up, the 100-year mountain was still very calm. Some people even dozed off. Perhaps everyone thought that Lin Ling's result was the same as Prince Xiao's. However, this result was not bad because it meant that Lin Ling had returned to the strength of a desolate son. Lin Ling, it's your turn. Don't tell me you can only win 3 battles in a row. Among all the geniuses, only Prince Xiao Yao said to Lin Ling. Of course, Fallen Mortal was also adding insult to injury. Maybe you can win 1 battle at most. If you don't believe me, you can try. Facing the ridicule and provocation of the two, Lin Ling smiled. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Lin Ling, ignore them. Preserving your strength is more important. Be steady and take it 1 step at a time. Win 1 battle and rest 1 battle. The 7 emperors reminded him. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be impulsive and choose to overestimate himself and win in a row. Okay. Lin Ling nodded slightly. Big brother, do your best. Bad guy, do your best. If you win, I'll let you go to my room. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others were cheering for Lin Ling. What made them speechless was that the fire spirit princess actually said, "Go to my room," as a reward. This little girl was going to be spanked. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Then he went up the stage. At this moment, everyone looked at the stage. However, they were not very interested. I'll choose you. Lin Ling did not choose a strong opponent. He casually pointed at his opponent. His opponent was from the Ghost Clan. Although he was not weak, he had been challenged too many times and was slightly injured. Now, Lin Ling had challenged him again, which undoubtedly made him furious. Everyone challenges me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Forget it, forget it. I'll start with you. If you want to win, I'll make you pay the price. The Ghost Clan expert landed on the stage. He had white hair and fangs in his mouth. He looked extremely ferocious. Coupled with his anger, his ferocious appearance was even more terrifying. With your strength, You think you can make me pay the price? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Even if the Ghost Clan expert was at his peak, he would not be afraid, let alone when he was injured. 100 Ghost Night Howl. The old man exploded with his full strength, reaching 50,000 laws. However, as he was a rank 3 martial emperor, this amount of laws was normal. Ghosts floated in the sky and a lantern was faintly discernible. It was the spirit summoning lantern, an extremely powerful celestial weapon. Boom! The ghosts engulfed Lin Ling, causing the crowd to stare in shock. Lin Ling wouldn't lose his first opponent, would he? Even the old man was shocked. Lin Ling did not make any moves, yet he was attacked just like that? Was he stupid? I never thought that my genie clan would win a match. Soon, the old man laughed excitedly. Perhaps he had lost too much, so he was now elated. Moreover, he stroked his chin and gave advice like a senior. Lin Ling, the son of desolation, rose from a cripple. This shows that he has excellent perseverance. Unfortunately, his foundation is too weak and he underestimated his opponent too much. A cultivator must know himself and know his enemy. Only then can he win every battle. It's not that you can defeat your opponent just because you're stronger. You still have to watch. Before he could finish his words, a slender figure walked out from among the ghosts. Seeing this, the old man's eyes widened. Lin Ling was fine? Thank you for your advice. However, you're still too inexperienced to play with ghosts in front of me. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His figure appeared in front of the old man and he threw out a punch. The Azura demon bone bloomed and the demon chi was vast and mighty. Boom! The old man was defeated with one punch. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been smashed into pieces. Lin Ling won the first match and he won it easily. Chapter 2077. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios an unstoppable winning streak. Next, I want to see a random battle. I want to see those beauties fight. Someone shouted, already waiting for the next battle. The others were the same, thinking that Lin Ling would enter the arena. However, Lin Ling entered the arena so quickly. You're the next opponent. Something shocking happened. Lin Ling seemed to want to fight 2 experts in a row. Interesting. As a result, the crowd was finally interested. Could it be that Lin Ling also wanted to challenge the record? The second opponent was also seriously injured. He also came with anger. This person was from the devil race. You want to fight 2 battles in a row? You're not qualified. The giant from the devil race shouted angrily. Devil chi burst out majestically, corroding the huge stone martial stage. It's the 1,000 feet devil prison. I've seen his battle before. The devil chi is very terrifying. It can suppress the opponent's strength to 50%. It's going to be difficult for Lin Ling to win this battle. Many people secretly said, Lin Ling would definitely win, but it would not be easy. The devil chi was like an invisible tentacle, sweeping towards Lin Ling. Azura Devil Bone. Lin Ling shot out from the devil chi. The Azura Devil King appeared and punched out. Bang! The giant from the devil race was blasted into pieces. He did not even know that he was dying. How could Lin Ling ignore his 1,000 feet devil prison? The second opponent was also defeated. At this moment, the crowd finally felt that something was wrong. Lin Ling seemed to have won 2 battles in a row very easily. Can he ignore the devil chi? An ancient expert said with a serious expression. What a solid foundation. I think not only is he not afraid of the devil chi, he's also not afraid of the ghost chi. Remember the first opponent from the ghost race? His soul is also useless against Lin Ling. Another expert said. So powerful? Among the 4 races, many people's hearts were roaring. Lin Ling was just a human. How could he gather the 2 great powers of the devil and ghost in his body? This person's martial arts cultivation was too strange. Third round. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling said with a smile. It really is a challenge record. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning again. At this point, they were certain that Lin Ling was here to break the record. The third powerhouse was from the celestial race. Fortunately, this person was also an injured powerhouse. It would not take much effort to defeat him. Of course, while it was said to be a fluke, it was actually Lin Ling's deliberate choice. However, after the God race expert landed on the martial stage, he was also furious. Did Lin Ling also want to break the record? Moreover, he had chosen him as a stepping stone. Damn it, he had to kill him. You might be able to beat me, but it won't be easy. The third round is your limit. That celestial race martial artist was not old. In fact, he was a genius from the sun god nation who possessed the powerful sun ripple flames. His talent was definitely not weak. Furthermore, he knew that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful in the past. Even his idol, the heavenly god Nine Suns, was wary of him. Thus, he had to avenge his idol today. Come, let's see how many moves you need to defeat me. Boom. Golden flames erupted, and the martial stage began to heat up. Lin Ling, you want to win consecutively? Dream on. Unless you give up on entering the top 5 in order to break the record, it's impossible. Far away from the martial stage, Prince Unfettered shouted coldly. When he knew that Lin Ling was going to break the record, he immediately mocked him. Was the record so easy to break? Fallen Mortal's expression was ugly. Lin Ling had already won 2 rounds, and he had not won a single one. In comparison, he was like trash. You must lose, lose, lose. Then, Fallen Mortal roared angrily. Since Lin Ling had chosen to break the record, he naturally would not be afraid. He said frankly, it's just 6 consecutive victories. What qualifications do you have to be proud? Today, I'll let you geniuses see what it means to win consecutively. When these words came out, the geniuses of various races were stirred. Lin Ling was looking down on them. What an arrogant youth! On the other hand, the humans were in high spirits. As expected, no matter where Mad God Lin Ling was, he would never be a mediocre existence. He would always carry confidence and self-improvement. Perhaps it was because of this that he could become the son of desolation. Lin Ling, you can do it. Many people clenched their fists and shouted, their eyes filled with worship. As for the 7 emperors, they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had really chosen to break the record. How crazy! Or perhaps it could be said that at this moment, he had finally revealed his talent in the 4 races struggle. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling had been observing his opponents and evaluating their strength. Now, he had spread his wings and soared high. Damn you, how dare you ignore me? At this moment, on the martial stage, the God Race genius held a golden flame in his hand and rushed towards Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling had ignored his attack and was instead talking to someone else. To him, this kind of underestimation was a great humiliation. Sun Ripple Palm. Boom. A terrifying power of law erupted. That genius's palm hit Lin Ling's body, and golden flames burned Lin Ling, crackling non-stop. So simple? That genius was stunned. He had easily attacked Lin Ling? He suddenly became excited, but soon thought of something. In the previous 2 rounds, his opponent had also easily attacked Lin Ling. Could it be? I'm not ignoring you, but you are indeed too weak. Sure enough, from the golden flames, an indifferent voice floated out, followed by a punch. Boom! That fist was imbued with a scorching heat, and it directly turned that genius into dust. You are not qualified to play with fire. Nine Suns God is more like it. A soft voice floated out at the same time, shaking the 100 Years mountain. Swish! Swish! Countless people stood up, their faces full of shock. Lin Ling had won again, and it seemed like he had won very easily. This guy is simply a freak. Others are strong in one field, but he seems to be strong in several fields. Yeah, ghost chi, demonic chi, and even fire immunity. I'm afraid we have underestimated him. However, he might really be able to break the record. After a moment of silence, shocked voices floated out. Bastard! Prince Xiao Yao and the other top geniuses all had ugly expressions. They could see that Lin Ling's battle was very skillful. Not only did he choose opponents who were injured, their strengths were also suppressed by Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had won more easily than them. It's just a side trick. The next round will be his end. Tianzong martial god said coldly. Lin Ling wanted to break the record, but he was still far from it. The fourth round. Lin Ling chose his opponent again. An expert from the human race had arrived. This person had white hair and a dignified appearance. He was an expert from the saint's great domain. Moreover, this person was a hidden expert. Because he could reach the fourth round, it meant that his strength was stronger than the primeval spiritual being and the other giants. You have good taste. You actually chose me to fight. Chapter 2078. Stand out. Do you know what I relied on to get to where I am now? So far, not many people had challenged that mysterious person, but those who had challenged him had all failed. Because of this, no one had challenged him anymore. It was also because he had a type of mysterious power on his body, a power that could reflect all natural laws. He was a rather difficult expert to see through in the fourth round. Therefore, the crowd was extremely puzzled by Lin Ling's choice. I don't know, but I know that I can easily defeat you. Lin Ling said with a smile. Ignorant brat, don't think that you can disregard your seniors just because you have some ability. Let me tell you, I specialize in strength that you will never understand. The mysterious man shouted coldly, and his hands moved rapidly. Complex seals appeared and floated around him. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, an unfathomable power spread out. Boundary Master. Among the crowd, only the older experts with extraordinary backgrounds could see through that person's methods. That's right, it was a barrier. Enchantments were extremely mysterious existences. For example, placing enchantments on weapons could greatly increase one's strength and allow one to fight against opponents of a higher realm. Although it would take time to place enchantments in a battle, its power was obviously not weak. I cultivated in seclusion for 5,000 years to learn the sacred Ming Hall's sacred ancestral seal. This is the seal that saves the most time in the world, and its defense is extremely strong. Therefore, it's impossible for you to defeat me. The mysterious person said confidently. There seemed to be a bright light flickering above his head. Hee, you are indeed very powerful. However, I can also tell you that the reason why I chose you is because I don't need to expend any energy to defeat you. Lin Ling laughed. Playing with barriers, he was the other's ancestor. You overestimate yourself. This world is full of mysteries. There are many things you don't know. The mysterious man said with a frown. His words were filled with anger, but Lin Ling had already walked forward step by step. Moreover, his hands were moving frequently. What surprised the mysterious man was that the barriers he had set up were being destroyed one by one. There are very few things in this world that I don't know about. Even if there are, they won't appear on you. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he continued to break the barrier. Boom. The mysterious man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His enchantment came from an ancient site. It was said to be the most mysterious enchantment in this world. No one knew or understood it. However, Lin Ling was just a stinky brat. How could he break his enchantment? This must be a dream. 9,999 seals. The mysterious man refused to believe it. His hands moved even more vigorously, and fragments of the barrier surrounded him. Amazing! Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of method was very rare. Even the top geniuses were frowning. The barrier's domain was too mysterious. Even if they were to fight, it would be difficult for them to defeat it in a short period of time. Lin Ling can't win. The pink crown prince of the devil race shouted coldly. I'll break your 9,999 seals. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. His blue robe fluttered, and a wisp of the aura of a true world spiritist filled the air. It was as if he could point at the world and control the universe. Bang, bang, bang. The enchantments shattered one after another. Lin Ling was like a hot knife through butter. To him, when it came to enchantments, no one could compare to Li Xiaoyao. Boom. With the last step, Lin Ling arrived in front of the mysterious man. The mysterious man's face was pale as he said in horror, How did you break my sacred ancestor's seal? This was left behind by the 4 great emperors, Li Xiaoyao. He had finally exposed the origin of his enchantment. It turned out that he had learned it in an ancient site. The person who had left behind the enchantment was the legendary Li Xiaoyao. You've lost. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. He did not explain anything. Plop. The mysterious man was stunned for a moment. Then, he knelt down and said, "Senior, please accept me as your disciple." Boom. Such a scene undoubtedly shook the 100-Year Mountain. The opponent admitted defeat and then directly became his disciple? This was the first time this had happened in the Four Clans competition. Lin Ling had won too easily. Even Lin Ling was stunned. The reason why he had chosen this opponent was because it was easy to win. However, he had not expected it to be so easy. "Senior, please accept me as your disciple." The mysterious man kowtowed. He had been in seclusion for 5,000 years to learn enchantments. This meant that he had a fatal fondness for enchantments. "Let's talk about it after the competition." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This made the mysterious man smile happily. He stood up and said, "Senior, the next person can challenge that guy. That guy is also a hidden expert. He came to the Four Clans competition to see the powerful techniques of the various clans. If you let him go, he can admit defeat directly." Lin Ling was even more speechless when he heard this. As for the experts around the 100-Year Mountain, they were also speechless. If that was the case, Lin Ling would have won 5 consecutive victories easily. Moreover, he did not even sweat during the whole process. That's an unfair victory. If that's the case, we can also make our own people admit defeat. The Pink Prince immediately roared. "Bullshit. Is that person one of us? We are only subservient to Senior Lin Ling's spirit formation technique. That's all. This is a defeat without a fight. Besides, we didn't even know Senior Lin Ling before." The mysterious man sneered and retorted. However, his words were true. They were not Lin Ling's friends. They were defeated by Lin Ling's spirit formation level. That also meant that the next opponent was, in reality, the one who lost to Lin Ling's spirit formation. "Ho ho, Pink Prince, you seem to be very unconvinced." Naturally, Lin Ling would not be pedantic about rules. He looked into the distance and smiled. "You have indeed won with an unfair advantage," the Pink Prince said with an ice-cold expression. "Is that so? If you're so unconvinced, come and bite me." After Lin Ling smiled, he lightly shrugged. His indifferent appearance instantly made the Pink Prince gnash his teeth in anger. In the 5th match, another mysterious person went up. It was an old man. Clearly, he was the friend of the previous person. After he went up, he directly knelt. "Senior, please give me pointers on the path of spirit formation." Without a doubt, Lin Ling won another match. The entire 100-Year Mountain was in an uproar because of that. 5 consecutive victories. He was only 1 match away from the record. In the 5th match, Lin Ling seems to have passed by luck, but in reality, haven't you all noticed? In the path of ghost, path of demon, path of fire, and path of spirit formation, he is superior to everyone. Suddenly, an expert solemnly said. That made the crowd react. They thought Lin Ling was just lucky, but looking at it now, that was not the case. The reason for that was because Lin Ling was too omnipotent. He was omniscient, perfect, and omnipotent. That also meant that Lin Ling did not pass by luck. He relied on true ability. As expected of the human race's #1 freak, on the side of the mortal realm's big shots, the experts all sighed. Then, one after another, the cheers became even crazier. The human race's blood boiled, and the feeling of honor became even more intense. In the 6th match, if Lin Ling won, then the human race would have 3 record holders. Chapter 2079. The saber would only be strong if the man was strong. Lin Ling's face was calm as he casually pointed at another opponent. It was a young man in his 20s. His cultivation was at rank 1 martial emperor realm. On the surface, he looked very ordinary. Perhaps it was because he was too ordinary that Lin Ling had chosen him. It's him, the demon blade. However, among the crowd, some of the ancient experts' expressions changed slightly. Especially the top geniuses, all of them began to laugh coldly. Lin Ling seemed to have misjudged. That person wasn't some weakling. 6th match, Lin Ling, Your steps also stop here. Heavenly God Jiuyang said with a smile. Many people were puzzled. After all, not everyone knew how powerful that young man was. Really? How about we make a bet? If I beat him, you, Heavenly God 9 sons, will slap yourself 3 times in the face for me? Lin Ling raised his head and smiled, as if he still didn't know how powerful that young man was. Heavenly God 9 sons frowned. Although the young man was very strong, Lin Ling's strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, he did not dare to take this gamble. Sure, but I have to add a condition. After you win, you must continue to fight in the next round. In that case, not only will Heavenly God 9 sons slap himself 3 times, but I will also slap myself 3 times. Lin Ling, do you dare? Prince Xiao Yao's cold voice drifted out. He knew that Lin Ling might be able to defeat that young man, but he would have to go all out. If that was the case, Lin Ling would be completely exhausted in the next round, and he might even die. Lin Ling, don't agree. Below the martial stage, Yuan Shizi stared at the young man with a bitter smile and quickly shouted. He remembered who that young man was. He didn't think that Lin Ling's luck would be so bad to actually choose such an opponent. If you don't dare, then admit defeat now. Hearing Yuan Shizi's reminder, Yuan Shizi immediately retorted, what right do you have to make him admit defeat? Are you jealous because you are afraid that others will be more dazzling than you? Get lost. Prince Xiao Yao's face turned cold. What Yuan Shizi said was true. He was also afraid that Lin Ling would win 6 matches in a row, just like his glory. Hee, since they want to play, then I'll play with them. I agree. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was on the martial platform, spoke indifferently. Are you sure? Heavenly God Xiao Yao and Heavenly God Xiao Yao exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. Lin Ling shrugged and said, I'm not like you, I don't like to go back on my words. I, Lin Ling, am a man of my word. I agree to this battle, and I'll continue the next battle. If you lose, slap yourselves 3 times. Alright. Hearing this heroic voice, the humans were all shocked. This was a true martial artist of their generation. Lin Ling's words carried enormous weight. They also believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you must win. Not only must you set a new record, you must break their record. The humans cheered. However, Heavenly God Xiao Yao and the others sneered. Break the record? If things went wrong, Lin Ling might end up dead. Moreover, when Lin Ling knew how powerful his opponent was, he would regret it. Why did you choose me? On the martial platform, the indifferent young man, who had been silent, finally spoke. Do you think that because I'm weak, you can crush me? His words carried a sense of superiority and mystery. It was as if he was hiding some powerful trump card. Moreover, he stared at Lin Ling expectantly. He hoped that after he revealed his trump card, Lin Ling would be shocked and even regret challenging him. Therefore, as he spoke, he slowly took out his saber. It was a black saber that looked extremely simple and unadorned. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. With this saber, he had already killed 30 rank 3 martial emperors. He had not expected that he would finally kill a desolate son. He gently caressed the saber as if he was caressing his lover. You don't understand. Moreover, he shook his head as if he thought that Lin Ling did not know about his saber. Stop pretending in front of me. I know that it's a 4-star celestial weapon. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's next words directly destroyed his unfathomable facade. What? You know about my saber? The young man lifted his head and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling knew that he had a 4-star celestial weapon. Why did he still dare to challenge him? The crowd was in an uproar. They finally knew how powerful the young man was. A 4-star celestial weapon was extremely rare in the 4-tribe competition. Currently, only 2 people were known to have it. This was the 3rd person. Without a doubt, the person who had a 4-star celestial weapon was definitely not weak. He might even be a desolate son. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had chosen to challenge his opponent despite knowing that he had a celestial weapon. Was he crazy? The expressions of Prince Xiao Yao and the others changed drastically. Lin Ling did not look regretful at all. His master already knew all this. At this moment, Lin Ling stared indifferently at the saber, then shook his head and said, "You said that I don't understand saber doctrine. However, from the perspective of sword doctrine, you also don't understand saber doctrine." At this moment, the young man's expression was somewhat ferocious. Because Lin Ling knew about his saber but still challenged him. The scene that he hoped to see in his heart did not appear at all. On the contrary, his unfathomable facade was like a clown dancing, which made him lose all face. "How do you know?" the young man said in a low voice. "Of course I know more than you. Because you rely on the saber in your hand to become stronger. However, you don't know that your saber is extremely disdainful of you." Lin Ling said. "Nonsense." The young man was obviously angered. When a saber is strong, you don't strengthen yourself. Your saber is wailing. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder. "You don't understand at all. The Black Fiend has fought side by side with me for many years. It will never wail." The young man seemed to be a little crazy. The saber in his hand finally erupted with a terrifying black aura. The laws reached 70,000. His own laws were only 10,000, but a 4-star immortal weapon increased his laws by 60,000. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a 4-star immortal weapon was. He slashed out with his saber, wanting to kill Lin Ling, who was spouting nonsense. Boom! A huge saber appeared on the martial stage, stirring up the wind and clouds, wanting to break the sky. Countless people trembled in fear. What a terrifying saber! That young man was indeed powerful. However, facing that saber, Lin Ling also drew his sword. When a person strengthens himself, the saber will be strong. Using the saber to kill the enemy is the saber's wail. Because the saber also wants to see you fight for self-improvement. Only then will it not bury the saber. Lin Ling raised his sword. The sword light was steady, but it bloomed with a dazzling light. "You only know how to talk nonsense. In front of my 4-star immortal weapon, your sword will break." In the sky, that saber slashed down with a terrifying power of laws. The power of laws was so terrifying that it made it difficult for countless people to breathe. This person's strength was beyond imagination. Without a doubt, he was another son of desolation. However, facing that terrifying saber, a sword slashed out from the ground. The surging power of laws was not weaker than that saber at all. Clang! The saber and sword collided, and an unparalleled shock wave swept out. On the ground below, the sabers and swords in the hands of countless people were all shattered. Clang! Almost at the same time, that terrifying saber in the sky also broke instantly. Chapter 2080. Breaking the record, the youth looked at the saber in his hand, dumbfounded. His saber was broken? His strongest trump card had been shattered? Although he was confident that it would be difficult to defeat Lin Ling, it should not be difficult to bring fatal trouble to Lin Ling. However, the results were often beyond imagination. One sword and he was defeated. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was waving his sword casually. Not to mention bleeding, he did not even sweat. "How could you break my saber?" The youth pointed at Lin Ling and roared. "Without his saber, his strength was only SOSO. Because mine is also a 4-star immortal weapon." Lin Ling smiled and said, "Your saber is on par with my sword. Unfortunately, your saber is strong, but your person is not." Dang dang dang. The youth took 3 steps back. He understood what Lin Ling meant. His saber was not bad, but his person was too useless. He could not be compared to Lin Ling. "You destroyed my saber, you destroyed my saber. I want you dead, I must kill you." After thinking this through, the youth roared hysterically. It could be seen that he had a good relationship with his saber. "Are you sure?" Lin Ling stopped waving his sword and looked over calmly. His eyes were calm, but there was a strong killing intent. Boom! That gaze was like a torch, causing the youth to react. He quickly admitted his mistake. "Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue." Lin Ling smiled. He was sure that if the youth had the strength to kill him, he would not have held back. "Sorry, it was not a slip of the tongue." With a slash of the sword, the youth's head was separated and flew up. 6th round, victory. Everyone around the 100 Years Mountains stared with wide eyes. Another record breaker. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, is omnipotent. Ghostly Tao, demonic Tao, flame Tao, spirit Tao, and even his weapon is perfect. This is 100% demonic. No, it's 120%. No one was not surprised because Lin Ling had won the most easily. He had crushed his opponent from all angles and did not even leave a drop of sweat. This was obviously not Lin Ling's full strength. So, what if he used his full strength? Thinking of this, the various geniuses felt great pressure. Mad God Lin Ling had spread his wings and soared high, but when he was mad, they could only look up to him. 7th round. Lin Ling said calmly. Along with his voice, the crowd seemed to forget to breathe. With a casual point, another opponent who was not too strong. How can you choose a weakling? The unfettered Tian was Tian's 10 and Sky. If Lin Ling Tian, he would unfettered Lin Ling. That's right. It's so embarrassing to pick the weaklings every time. Heaven-blessed martial god also spoke up. Because. Lin. I like it. If you don't like it, come and bite me. Unfortunately, in the face of their anger, Lin Ling simply shrugged. At the same time, all the geniuses pointed at Lin Ling and roared. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Only the government can do whatever they want, but not the common people? Didn't you choose the weakest to challenge before? That's right. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wasting so much effort to challenge the weakest. How can you blame others for your own trash? A lot of reprimands came from the human side. The top geniuses also knew that they were in the wrong, and they all fell silent. In fact, they were not willing to accept Lin Ling's rise. I admit defeat. The expert who went up was from the nation of gods. He was nervous. What a joke. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he would not be able to block 3 moves from Lin Ling. You dare. Evil god of immortality said with his eyes wide open. He could not let Lin Ling win too easily. If you fight with your life on the line and block 10 moves from him, your mission will be completed. When we go back, we will reward you. 9 Sons said. Okay, I'll fight with my life on the line. Reverse the real source of power. That expert's eyes turned red, and he actually burst out with 80,000 power of laws. Sure enough, those who dared to come out were not simple. There was no trash at all. It could be said that if these people fought with their lives on the line, their strength would not be weaker than the son of famine. 80,000 power of laws, not bad. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a strange look. You're afraid. That expert knew his mission, and that was to exhaust Lin Ling. You don't have the qualifications to make me fear you. Even though you have a lot of laws, your talent is only at the 3rd grade of the divine rank. My talent is stronger than yours, and my 40,000 laws are comparable to your 80,000 laws. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused the expert's face to turn pale, and his previous confidence crumbled. No need to talk nonsense with him. Keep him busy and let him use his full strength. Evil god of immortality said. Seeing Lin Ling so calm and collected, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. But that expert roared, 10 moves, I must make you use 10 moves with all your strength. His entire body's aura was magnificent as he pounced at Lin Ling. Every punch and kick was filled with power of laws. But what surprised everyone was that Lin Ling dodged after smiling slightly. He did not want to meet force with force. Fight me if you have the ability. As a result, that expert's eyes turned red. Lin Ling kept dodging. How could he exhaust Lin Ling? Idiot. The angrier the opponent was, the more relaxed Lin Ling was, and the more he did not fight. No, you must fight me for 300 rounds. Take my punch. Don't run. Countless people looked at the martial stage and could only see that expert going crazy. Between his fists and palms, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, Lin Ling did not fight. Boss, what is he doing? If this goes on, the situation will be disadvantageous to him. Yeah, if he doesn't dare to fight, others will say that he won with an unfair advantage. Little Flame and the 7 emperors were worried. Since they knew Lin Ling, this was the first time they saw Lin Ling use such a method without fighting. Sure enough, Prince Xiaoyao and the others began to talk about Lin Ling's weakness. However, just as they were about to speak, on the martial stage, a sudden change occurred. They saw that the strength of that expert with a magnificent aura seemed to be deflated. All of his laws were lost, and his strength was greatly weakened. Side effects? Everyone's expression changed. That expert seemed to have used some kind of secret technique that caused his strength to increase greatly. However, it was obvious that the secret technique had a time limit. The pitiful thing was that when that expert's aura was at its strongest, Lin Ling did not fight, causing that expert to have nowhere to vent his strength. When that expert's aura weakened, Lin Ling would not let him go. Sure enough, when that expert had just sat down on the ground, Lin Ling had already walked over indifferently. "You really want to fight?" Pooh. Hearing this, that expert vomited a mouthful of old blood hundreds of meters away. When he was strong, Lin Ling did not fight. When he was weak, Lin Ling came to fight him. "I admit defeat," that expert said bitterly. Lin Ling smiled and kicked him out of the martial stage. The 7th round was easily won. Moreover, it was the easiest round he had won. The record was finally broken. Lin Ling had the most consecutive victories among the various geniuses. Chapter 2081. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Fated Battle. Take that powerhouse from before as an example. If Lin Ling could not see the flaw in his mystic technique, Lin Ling would have suffered in this battle. This was what it meant to know oneself and know one's enemy to emerge victorious. Slap yourself 3 times. I don't need to remind you. Lin Ling did not even look at Prince Xiaoyao and the rest. Slap, slap, slap. Heavenly God 9 Sons and Prince Xiaoyao's faces darkened as they slapped themselves. They knew that even if they did not slap themselves, Lin Ling would find a way to make them slap themselves. Who in the 4 races did not know about Lin Ling's viciousness? Of course, if looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been riddled with holes long ago. The enmity between them and Lin Ling had clearly reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The 3 slaps that they brought shame upon themselves were undoubtedly extremely embarrassing. Many people snickered in secret. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Ha, good. Those 3 slaps are enough to touch the hearts of the people. The number 1 genius of the 4 races. At this point, the human race already knew how powerful Lin Ling was. 7 consecutive victories. Which other genius could achieve that? This also showed the gap between Lin Ling and them. In fact, the top geniuses of the various races also knew this. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of reverence. Perhaps, only the human race's heavenly martial god and Prince Xiaoyao, the god race's heavenly god 9 Sons and evil god Immortal, and the devil race's pink crown prince could fight Lin Ling. If the others met Lin Ling, they would only be courting death. 8th battle. Lin Ling's words were shocking. He wanted to create a new record for the 4 races. Boom. Because of Lin Ling, the 100-Year Mountain was once again in an uproar. Those ancient experts felt like they were dreaming. Was this still a cripple? He was not crippled at all. He had even soared into the sky. "I admit defeat," the expert on the stage said straightforwardly. However, no one blamed him because they did not think that he could force Lin Ling to use his full strength. 9th battle. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. He was only 1 match away from 10 consecutive victories. Everyone became anxious. Even the ancient great heads hiding in the dark had grave expressions on their faces as they continued to converse. This Lin Ling is too mysterious. If I can find a way, I have to kill him. That's right. With his crazy drive, he will definitely become an ancient giant 3 years later. Where did he come from? Why is he so powerful in every major domain? He can be called a perfect genius. As for the ancient overlords of the human race, they were quite excited. They didn't look at Lin Ling as a junior, but rather as an expert on the same level. This was because Lin Ling was only 1 step away from the top 5. The 9th opponent admitted defeat once again. Lin Ling fell silent and suddenly said, "I know that all of you are unconvinced and think that I won too easily. But let me tell you now, it wasn't that I won easily. It was because I knew the difference between me and my opponent, and I was able to choose a way to restrain them. And to restrain the opponent's weakness, this is a must for an expert. As his voice floated out, the 100-year mountain fell silent. Everyone agreed with Lin Ling's words. However, some of you won't be satisfied if you don't fight a tough battle. So, I will choose a tough battle for the 10th battle. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Who are you going to fight? Someone frowned and asked. Who would Lin Ling choose for the final battle? Prince Xiao Yao. Lin Ling's sword pointed towards the distance. Boom. This finger was earth-shattering. This was a real tough battle. Prince Xiao Yao's strength was obvious to all. He was also one of the record holders of 6 consecutive victories. His strength was probably not much weaker than Heavenly God Nine Sons. It was very suitable to use Prince Xiao Yao to prove it. But let me remind you that you have fought 9 consecutive battles. Be careful not to fail miserably. Heavenly God Nine Sons suddenly laughed. 10 consecutive victories? If he lost the final battle, then everything would be a joke. The other top geniuses also had the same thought. Each of them was looking forward to it. Thanks for the reminder. But killing Prince Xiao Yao is extremely easy, Lin Ling said with a smile. His words shocked the top geniuses. Lin Ling is so confident? Actually, Lin Ling didn't have such confidence in the beginning. That was why he kept a low profile in the beginning, because he wanted to see through the strength of the top geniuses. Later on, he finally became confident because he had an estimate of the strength of those top geniuses. Prince Xiao Yao looked at Lin Ling with a gloomy expression, estimating the strength of both sides. But you don't dare? We have known each other for a long time. It's time to end our grudges. Moreover, you have tried to kill me many times. Unfortunately, you failed every time. This is your only chance to kill me. Lin Ling looked at Prince Xiao Yao and said. In the previous battle, Lin Ling might have used 60% or even 70% of his strength while I only used 50%. However, I am injured and he is not. This is my weakness. However, I still have a chance to kill Lin Ling. Prince Xiao Yao pondered and finally floated towards the huge stone martial stage. He agreed to fight. As soon as he landed on the martial stage, he exploded with a terrifying nomological law, instantly reaching 80,000. Moreover, his talent was also displayed. It was a divine grade 6th rank. Obviously, he knew that Lin Ling was not weak. Therefore, he wanted to be the strongest. If he was too weak, he would only be humiliating himself. Kakaka. The huge stone martial stage shook and everyone was shocked. In front of everyone, Prince Xiao Yao's aura rose steadily and the god of slaughter descended. The experts who were close to the martial stage found it difficult to breathe. They were drowned by the slaughter law and turned into one of the slaughter law. This allowed Prince Xiao Yao's nomological law to reach 90,000. This was what it meant to be a genius. This was because the powerful martial emperors, even rank 3 martial emperors, only had 90,000 nomological laws. Ordinary martial emperors only had 30,000 nomological laws at rank 3 martial emperors. However, Prince Xiao Yao was only a rank 1 martial emperor. This was the difference. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Prince Xiao Yao's nomological law was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, I've known you for a long time. Moreover, we both came from the same place. You've always been my nemesis. I've been waiting for you to grow so that I could devour you. Unfortunately, it's already very difficult for me to devour you when you've grown. Now, let's have a fierce battle. Let's see who is the strongest transmigrator. Prince Xiao Yao's voice was filled with excitement. It seemed that he was very happy to be able to end the battle. I think so too, Lin Ling said coldly as he raised his sword. He was pondering whether he should use the underworld flame. However, he decided to observe the situation for the time being. Then, let's cut the crap. Let's see if you can withstand my nomological power. Murderous chi is overflowing. Prince Xiao Yao floated up and pointed his finger. The nomological law turned into a huge red finger and pointed at Lin Ling from the sky. 60,000 nomological power. Prince Xiao Yao is testing Lin Ling. The crowd said with a grave expression. Lin Ling immediately shouted and the divine demon body appeared. The surrounding space was filled with cracks. He slashed out with his sword and said, "World annihilation." Kakaka. Chapter 2082. God-killing third layer Chi Chi. As the huge finger approached, it was sliced apart like tofu. You and I are no longer newbies. Therefore, we will compete to see who has more laws. I have devoured 1 billion people. The law of killing has increased greatly. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Prince Xiaoyao was not surprised by the failure of his first move. His long hair fluttered as he pointed out another finger. There were no fancy laws of nature martial arts, just pure power of laws. That finger has reached 70,000 laws. Moreover, it is the law of killing. One finger is comparable to 2 of others. This means that to an ordinary martial emperor, the power of that finger is equivalent to 140,000 laws. However, how can Lin Ling be an ordinary martial emperor? Space, great world extermination. Lin Ling also erupted with all his laws. His own laws are 50,000. With the addition of tyrannical song sword, his laws are above 50,000. Moreover, he has yet to activate the hidden laws of tyrannical song sword. Scram! A dazzling sword ruthlessly slashed out, causing the law of space to resist the huge finger like lightning. Rumble! A deafening sound echoed. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was forced back by the finger. Good! Those peak geniuses became excited. Lin Ling is not Prince Xiaoyao's opponent. Break for me! However, after Lin Ling was forced back, he activated the law of tyrannical song sword and slashed down from the sky. Kacha! That huge finger was split into 2. With a loud bang, the world shook. Many experts were implicated by the aftershock and turned into ashes. Terrifying, this is a battle between heaven and earth experts. So intense. Prince Xiaoyao is indeed worthy of being the son of desolation. Lin Ling is not weak either. However, Lin Ling is clearly at a disadvantage. The crowd discussed spiritedly. Those who know Lin Ling clenched their fists. Hee, if that's all you have, then try 90,000 laws. Prince Xiaoyao was getting more and more confident. He wanted to crush Lin Ling with numbers. Although Lin Ling's talents seemed to be somewhat extraordinary, he had even more laws. Kill him. Empyrean God 9 sons and the others could also sense that Prince Unfettered's advantage in laws was even greater. As for Lin Ling, it looked like he only had about 70,000 at the moment. God of Death's 3 transformations, life-killing treasure technique. The 90,000 laws formed a cloud of killing intent that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It caused the heavens and earth to darken as if the heavens and earth were about to be overturned. That terrifying killing intent seemed to have gathered all the Tao of slaughter in the mortal world. And within the killing cloud, a man covered in blood appeared. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down viciously. God of Slaughter's 3 transformations. This was the first change. Seeing this, the giants of the mortal world gasped. In the past, the murdering gate cultivated this technique. Rumor has it that after reaching the 3rd transformation of the murdering god, the entire world would perish. This was a type of martial Tao where it was either you die or I die. As soon as that law appeared, even Heavenly God 9 sons and the others' expressions turned serious. Prince Unfettered was no simple character. At this moment, the saber in the sky was like the saber of the God of Slaughter as it slashed down viciously, stirring up endless winds and clouds. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he felt a huge pressure. He had to erupt with even more strength. He gripped the sword a little tighter. On the huge sword, the laws of space roared. Tyrannical singing sword, you have followed me for so many years. Today, we will fight side by side and end this fated battle. Lin Ling soared into the sky as a sword came from the horizon. His laws of space also erupted crazily. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. Boom. The sky seemed to split open, giving people a feeling that Lin Ling's laws of space seemed to be able to roam the world at will. What? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had actually hidden his laws of space. How could his laws of space be so powerful? They did not know that the 4-star immortal weapon, tyrannical singing sword, actually hid more than 60,000 laws of space. However, there were some laws that needed to be activated. The greater the pressure, the more laws there were. This was specially forged by Lin Ling. And this kind of immortal weapon had an advantage. The more it fought, the stronger it became. Even if Lin Ling became a cripple, he could still use tyrannical singing sword to erupt with terrifying laws, especially in a life and death situation. Rumble. Space and killing intent collided, shocking the world. Are these guys still desolation children? That is the strength of the ancient giants of the human world. The human race is really full of geniuses. No one was not shocked by this battle. Moreover, in this battle, Lin Ling and Prince of Unfettered had both displayed their strength. This kind of strength shocked even the ancient giants. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's sword had begun to suppress the god of slaughter's saber. How can he be so strong? As a transmigrator, I should be nobler than him. Prince of Unfettered's expression changed. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over. Although we are both transmigrators, my background is 100 times stronger than yours. Hearing this, Prince of Unfettered frowned. However, he soon sneered, very powerful strength. Unfortunately, I have been waiting for this moment. Second layer of God of Slaughter realm. He roared towards the sky, causing the killing intent clouds in the sky to gradually turn into a sea of blood. In the sea of blood, someone holding a saber moved forward. Everywhere he passed, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This person had killed countless lives to reach here. The number of lives he had killed was simply uncountable. Slaughter sect, one generation of sect master devouring another generation. The accumulated killing intent was naturally terrifying. Now, Prince of Unfettered had erupted with 120% of his strength. Compared to my background, you are far inferior. The cold voice was like a saber, entering everyone's ears. Moreover, everyone saw that Lin Ling's laws were being absorbed like a tide. Absorbing Lin Ling's laws? What a heaven-defying slaughter Dao. Prince of Unfettered had 90,000 laws. After absorbing Lin Ling's 90,000 laws, that was 180,000 laws. Even a rank 5 martial emperor would die if he faced Prince of Unfettered. This was the son of desolation, Prince of Unfettered. Lin Ling, admit defeat immediately. Many voices came from the human side. The number of laws was too terrifying. Lin Ling no longer had any laws left. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Brother Ling. Yu and the others shouted worriedly. At this moment, Lin Ling was holding his sword and resisting the laws in the sky. What was surprising was that his face was still calm. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, even if his laws were being sucked dry, he would not be surprised. That was because he was Li Xiaoyao. It was also because he had fought the previous sect master of the Slaughter sect many times. He knew what his opponent's trump card was. In fact, in order to face this trump card, he had specially forged a new tyrannical song sword. Boom! Lin Ling was suppressed by the law of slaughter and smashed into the huge stone martial stage. If the martial stage was not big enough, he would have fallen off and lost. Compared to my background, you are still too inexperienced. I have won this fated battle. Looking at his masterpiece, Prince of Unfettered's hair fluttered in excitement. He could finally devour Lin Ling and resolve the flaw in his martial heart. Chapter 2083. Entering the top 5 in advance. How strong! Lin Ling hasn't lost yet. Seeing that person, many people sucked in a breath of cold air because they could sense that Lin Ling no longer had any law energy. This battle isn't over yet. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword slashed towards the sky, and something terrifying happened. It was as if the sword was activated at the moment of life and death. A law energy was born. 2, 3, 100, 1000. Lin Ling's body began to fly towards the sky. Although his speed was slow, it was obvious that he was reversing the situation. This was a fight to the death. This was also the unique characteristic of the tyrannical Song sword. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. How is this possible? What kind of sword is that? Prince Xiaoyao stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling was too mysterious. He couldn't see through him at all. The sword that defeated your slaughter sect in the past. On the martial stage, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. This sword is the bane of life. Under Lin Ling's voice, the crowd saw that Lin Ling's sword not only activated a new law energy, it was also absorbing the murderous intent in the sky. Reverse absorption. Previously, Lin Ling's law energy was absorbed, and now Lin Ling was absorbing it? Impossible! Prince Xiaoyao roared even louder. How could such a strange thing happen? Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. The sword in his hand seemed to be hungry, and the law energy became even more terrifying. Break for me! With a slash, the law energy increased crazily, reaching 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, and finally over 100,000. Rumble! The sword broke through the blood river. It was as if killing was stopping killing, causing all the murderous intent in the world to disappear. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. No one could see through that dazzling sword. After all the commotion was over, they could only see the blue-robed young man in the sky pointing his ancient sword forward. And in front of Prince Xiaoyao's neck, there was a sword pointing at him. This scene stirred the hearts of the people. Lin Ling had won. We are both transmigrators, but you can't compare to me. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Prince Xiaoyao's body to tremble. In the past, he had first met Lin Ling in Star-Picking Nation. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant. He, Prince Xiaoyao, looked at Lin Ling from a lofty position. He felt that Lin Ling, who was also a transmigrator, was too pathetic and could not be compared to him at all. But now Lin Ling was pointing a sword at him. That kind of feeling was like the river flowing east for 30 years, then 30 years to the west. At this moment, he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Who the hell are you? Prince Xiaoyao asked. He had the Imperial Exterminator's inheritance and was destined to become a venerable emperor. How could Lin Ling defeat him? This was something he couldn't understand at all. Lin Ling looked deeply at Prince Xiaoyao and said, "In fact, as transmigrators, we should support each other instead of fighting among ourselves. Dream on. A mountain can't hide two tigers. Between you and me, only one can live." Prince Xiaoyao shouted coldly. "So, you must kill me no matter what? How pitiful. For the sake of your empty ambition, you provoked someone you can't afford to provoke. You, Prince Xiaoyao, are really pitiful." Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, if Prince Xiaoyao hadn't pushed him too far, he really wouldn't have wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, sometimes, even if you didn't want to kill, others would force you to. In this world, there is no one that I, Prince Xiaoyao, can't afford to provoke. If you hadn't unexpectedly defeated me today, in the future, I would have swept away all the ancient giants. Prince Xiaoyao looked into the distance and said confidently. He finally understood that this world was fair. He had come here against the heavens, but the heavens had arranged a nemesis for him, and that was Lin Ling. Your goal is not bad, and your ambition is big. However, I don't object to it, but you must not provoke me. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's time for this fated battle to end. Who are you? Prince Xiaoyao asked again. He had been puzzled because, according to fate, he should be the one who came here with the fate of the heavens and earth. Sush! Lin Ling sighed and slashed out with his sword. Then he turned around and left. A sword mark appeared on Prince Xiaoyao's neck, but a voice rang in his ears. "I'm Li Xiaoyao." Boom! Before he died, his heart exploded. Li Xiaoyao, the fated opponent of the Imperial Exterminator. He had defeated the Imperial Exterminators several times, so he was very familiar with the Imperial Exterminator. No wonder Lin Ling could defeat him. Moreover, he had the Imperial Exterminator's inheritance and thought that he had a strong backer. However, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. He was actually the first emperor of the 4 great eras. Sure enough, as a transmigrator, there was no one who was the most heaven-defying. There was only one who was more heaven-defying. Prince Xiaoyao's eyes almost popped out. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He knew that his death wasn't in vain. Seeing him fall, the 100-year mountain was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Ling had won the 10th match. Moreover, his opponent was the powerful Prince Xiaoyao. Now, who would dare to say that Lin Ling won the matches by luck? Moreover, this also meant that Lin Ling's strength could probably enter the top 5. It also meant that Lin Ling had achieved his goal in the 4-race tournament. Because other than Tianzong Shenwu, Pink Crown Prince, and Nine Suns God, who else could be a match for Lin Ling? Who would have thought that a genius in the top 5 would emerge? Today, Lin Ling gave us too much of a surprise. There's no need for Lin Ling to participate in the 4-race tournament anymore. Among the various races, solemn voices sounded. They saw a dazzling star rising up, soaring into the sky and illuminating the entire world. He's actually so powerful. The top geniuses of the various races looked solemn. No one dared to fight Lin Ling anymore. Even Nine Suns God and the others felt that Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. It seems that Lin Ling won't have any opponents in the next 10 matches. Then he has passed the 4th round in advance. At this moment, a voice sounded from the sky. In fact, although it was said that Lin Ling had passed the 4th round, he was actually qualified to participate in the Genesis battle. As expected of my idol, the legendary Lin Ling of the mortal world. Who dares to not admit defeat? After a brief moment of silence, the human side erupted into thunderous cheers. Even the 7 emperors smiled bitterly. The current Lin Ling was probably stronger than them. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a level 1 martial emperor. What if he reached level 3 martial emperor? It was unimaginable. After Lin Ling returned, Yuan Shizi and the others stared at Lin Ling in shock. Freak. Monster. One by one they spoke. They were all desolates, but the gap between their strength was too big. Brother Ling, you're so powerful. Yu and An Yuer smiled happily and left kisses on Lin Ling's cheeks. Lin Ling smiled. The effect of the previous battle was very obvious. Now he had become the first expert to enter the top 5. This also saved him a lot of time. Next, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, recovering from his injuries. The previous battle seemed simple, but he had also suffered heavy injuries. Chapter 2084. The Clash of Auras. The 4th round became very ordinary. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling was too dazzling in the previous rounds. Gradually, the 4th round ended. There were not many people left, not even enough for the top 20. They had to compete for the top 5 spots, and there were only 4 spots left because one of them was taken by Lin Ling. Therefore, the following battles were more intense than expected. On Lin Ling's side, the Spirit Tribe's Crown Prince was eliminated. Yuan Shizi, Yu, and An Yuer were still fighting. Lin Ling was keeping an eye on their opponents. He estimated that other than the 3 strongest from each tribe, Yu and the rest were not afraid of anyone else. However, in Lin Ling's heart, Yu and An Yuer were definitely going to enter the top 5. If anyone tried to stop them, then he would eliminate them. The following 5th round in Lin Ling's eyes was a little dull. However, although Lin Ling was going to enter the top 5, he still had to fight. Without a doubt, when Lin Ling went up, the Demon Tribe expert's face was very strange. He was hesitating whether to fight to the death or admit defeat. However, just as Lin Ling raised his hand, the Demon Tribe expert let out a strange cry and admitted defeat. The crowd was astonished for a moment, then they started to mock him. That devil expert was too embarrassing. On the Demon Tribe's side, the experts' faces were ugly. However, they did not blame the Demon Tribe expert because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if the Demon Tribe expert used his full strength, the result would be the same. However, losing was one thing, but being scared to the point of screaming was a little embarrassing. Lin Ling easily passed the 5th round. On the other hand, Yu and the others did not encounter any decent opponents. On the contrary, Yuan Shi encountered a genius of the divine race. Although he was not one of the 4 absolute geniuses of the divine race, his strength was not weak either. However, Yuanshi was confident that he could defeat him. However, at the critical moment of the battle, Yuanshi heard a voice. "Try beating him if you dare." The voice came from one of the 4 absolute geniuses of the gods, the undying evil god. This made Yuanshi astonished. Threatening him? Obviously, the genius who was participating in the competition had a good relationship with the evil god of immortality, which was why the evil god of immortality wanted to ensure that the genius would pass. The humans immediately began to clamor, their voices mixed with anger. Evil god of immortality was too arrogant. He actually dared to threaten the contestants. Don't think that just because you're one of the 4 absolute geniuses, you can control everything. This elimination is based on strength. The undying evil god is too arrogant. Voices rose one after another. Hee, just a bunch of trash. In the face of those angry shouts, evil god of undying only smiled coldly and appeared to be at ease. This isn't fair. The elimination is based on the 2 people on the martial stage. Outsiders are trying to influence the result with words. That's against the rules. The human realm great leader shouted unwillingly. An expert should have no distractions in his heart. If he is affected by external factors, it means that his strength is not up to standard. To everyone's surprise, a majestic voice came from the sky. It was from the divine king of the nation of God. Moreover, in order to intimidate the human realm great leader, and also to raise the prestige of the nation of God, the divine king spoke with a terrifying aura that directly attacked the human realm great leader. The human realm great leader that stood up for primeval master felt a sweet taste in his throat. He was slightly injured from the shock, and he also fell silent. With his strength, he was clearly no match for the ancient great leader. Everyone who saw this scene secretly clenched their fists. The divine race had gone too far. But what made them helpless was that the ancient great leader of the human race remained silent. It seemed that they were all swallowing their anger for the sake of the big picture. "Ha, did you hear that? Try and beat me if you dare. I can tell you that even if you win, you will still die when you meet evil god of immortality in the next round." With someone backing him up, the divine race great leader on the martial stage suddenly laughed out loud, his aura extremely arrogant. Seeing this, primeval master's face became very gloomy. In fact, he was not afraid of evil god of immortality, but he did not expect evil god of immortality to be this arrogant. Moreover, the ancient great leader of the divine race was also very shameless, openly bullying the weak. And this obviously affected him, because he had scruples in his heart. It was difficult for him to use his full strength. As a result, he was surrounded by danger. On the other hand, the divine race great leader's aura was constantly rising. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Try and beat him if you dare." As soon as this voice fell, the 100-year mountains suddenly fell silent. Previously, the divine race great leader had threatened primeval master, but now it seemed that someone was threatening the divine race great leader. Everyone looked around and suddenly realized that the person who spoke was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he stood up for primeval master. This unforeseen event shocked everyone in the 4 races. The human race was immediately overjoyed, as if they saw a flag protecting them. "How dare you?" Evil god of immortality stared at Lin Ling angrily. He also did not expect Lin Ling to stand up for primeval master. "Loser, get lost." Lin Ling's expression was calm, but he looked straight at the evil god. His cold words made the evil god of immortality furious. He and Lin Ling looked at each other. In an instant, 2 terrifying auras swept out in all directions with the 100-year mountain as the center. The invisible auras were so strong that everyone forgot about the battle on the giant stone martial arts platform. And this was also the clash of auras between the strongest geniuses of the human race and the divine race. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant." Evil god of immortality's heart was filled with murderous intent. Even the great leader of the human race did not dare to refute him. He was famous, but who knew that Lin Ling would dare to refute him, making him lose all his dignity? How could he swallow this anger? I can tell you, you better not meet me in the upcoming competition, or you'll die. Of course, if you don't meet me, that's because you're lucky. But after the competition, I'll still kill you. I'll kill you like a dog." In the face of evil god of immortality's anger, Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment he had to support Yuan Shizi. If he did not stand up for Yuan Shizi, who would? "I'll kill you like a dog." The entire 100-Year Mountain was filled with Lin Ling's voice, frivolous and arrogant. That cold voice made evil god of immortality's heart roar. He wanted to clench his teeth and refute, but he realized that his body and mind had betrayed him. He actually believed Lin Ling's words. Moreover, he had reason to believe because the current Lin Ling could kill him like a dog. Most importantly, even if he did not meet Lin Ling in the competition, after the competition, Lin Ling could explode even more, such as the ancient Empyrean divine crow and so on. He would die even faster. Silence. Evil god of immortality was silent. "All right, you were so arrogant before, why don't you dare to speak now?" Evil god of immortality is afraid of Lin Ling. The experts of the human race were stunned for a moment, and all of them became excited. In the clash between the strongest geniuses of the two races, Lin Ling had clearly won, using his aura to suppress evil god of immortality. Chapter 2085. The final round. As for the ancient giant of the god race, he was silent at this moment. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, some people guessed that the ancient giant of the god race did not dare to attack Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a participant, unlike the previous giants of the human world. You dare to attack him? Lin Ling also knew this. At this moment, he looked at the martial arts platform. Plop. The genius from the god race looked at Lin Ling. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell to the ground and lost the will to fight. Even if he could win, Lin Ling would kill him after the competition. Therefore, he did not dare to fight anymore. Most importantly, there were too few geniuses in the god race who could fight against Lin Ling. Since he had lost the will to fight, Yuan Shizi won without any suspense. Of course, without the threat of evil god of immortality, he could still win. It was just that he did not have the confidence to win. After landing on the stage, Yuan Shizi hurried to Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled brightly. "I'm on your side." "Thank you." Just the words "on your side" made Yuan Shizi excited. In the previous situation, even if his master was not dead, he would not dare to stand up for him. However, Lin Ling was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend. How could Yuan Shizi not be moved? The experts from the other races also stared at Lin Ling. They realized that the terrifying genius from the human race was very cold to his enemies, but he was very good to his own people. They all had a misconception. What if they were from the human race? Wouldn't they be under Lin Ling's protection? This misconception made them speechless. They were jealous of Yuan Shizi and the others. Let him be arrogant first. Let's go. As for the geniuses from the god race, although they were not satisfied, they had to swallow their anger. Even heavenly god Jianghu temporarily endured. At the end of the day, the heavenly god of 9 suns lacked a tough battle. Thus, he wasn't guaranteed to enter the top 5. In terms of intimidation, he was clearly inferior to Lin Ling. As for the heaven-blessed martial god of the human race, his expression was extremely ugly because Lin Ling had unknowingly become the leader of the human race. As for him, he was only a passerby. The 5th round was finally over. 10 people had passed. The most dazzling final round had arrived. Among these 10 people, only 5 had the qualifications to enter the top 5. Once they entered the top 5, their goal today would be achieved. The blood of the entire 100-Year Mountain was boiling. All the experts of the various races were supporting their own geniuses. The rules of the 6th round were very simple. It was still an elimination system. You could choose your opponent. Moreover, everyone had 2 chances. If you lost both, then you would be completely eliminated. However, even though 2 rounds seemed like a lot, the opponent in the first round was very strong. If he was exhausted from the battle, then he might lose if he met a weaker opponent in the next round. Therefore, the first battle was very important. Lin Ling, you go first. A voice came from the sky. Because Lin Ling had entered the top 5, he had the qualifications to fight first. Lin Ling looked at the remaining 9 people. The human race had the heaven-blessed martial god, Yu, and Yuer, and Yuan Shizi. The devil race had the pink crown prince and Mo Jiao. The ghost race had the ghost emperor. As for the celestial race, it was the heavenly god of 9 suns and evil god of immortality. You, evil god of immortality, get up here. Without much consideration, Lin Ling looked at the evil god of immortality and said, "Heroic spirit." Lin Ling is going to fight the evil god of immortality. This battle will definitely be exciting. According to Lin Ling's strength, the evil god of immortality shouldn't be his opponent. However, Lin Ling should be at his limit. If the evil god of immortality is confident, he also has a chance to defeat Lin Ling. A lot of voices came from the 100 Years Mountain. No matter what, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 4 races. As long as he didn't die, his future was limitless. I admit defeat. Under everyone's gaze, the evil god of immortality's gloomy face finally spat out an extremely embarrassing voice. He knew how strong Lin Ling was. If they really fought, his chances of winning were very slim. Most importantly, even if he won by luck, he would definitely be seriously injured. The others would naturally hit him when he was down. Therefore, admitting defeat was the best choice. Admitting defeat so easily? Evil god of immortality, how embarrassing! The human race cheered. Lin Ling had become famous. Not many people dared to fight him. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wasn't surprised by this result. The second battle, Pink Crown Prince. At this time, a voice came from the sky again. The crowd became nervous. Who would the Pink Crown Prince choose? It was said that the Pink Crown Prince and Lin Ling had a deep grudge. Perhaps, the strongest geniuses of the 2 races would fight each other. Such thoughts spread throughout the 100 Years Mountain like a tide. Everyone wanted to see the battle between the strongest geniuses. Do you dare to fight him? Heavenly God 9 Suns showed an interested look. He looked at the Pink Crown Prince and asked. The Pink Crown Prince ignored him. After walking out, he looked at the remaining opponents. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. He actually wanted to fight Lin Ling. However, he had the same thought as everyone else. If he fought Lin Ling, it would be troublesome to face the other opponents. For example, Heavenly God 9 Suns and so on. Therefore, fighting Lin Ling now wasn't beneficial. Evil god of immortality, it's still you. In the end, he chose the last genius of the ghost race. Many people sighed. Dragons don't coexist with snakes. The facts before their eyes had proven once again that Lin Ling was the #1 genius among the various races. Even the Pink Crown Prince didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Evil god of immortality's face turned ugly. He didn't expect the Pink Crown Prince to challenge him. Because if he lost another battle, he would be eliminated. And all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had won a battle against him, it led to the others hitting him when he was down. And this was the cruelty of the final round. As long as a weakness appeared, others wouldn't show mercy and would directly crush it. However, it was a fight to the death. Evil god of immortality clearly had no other choice. The 2 appeared on the giant stone martial arts platform and looked at each other from afar. After a series of words, the 2 great god-fiend geniuses made their moves. For evil god of immortality to be one of the 4 absolute geniuses of the god race, there was no need to doubt his strength. As for the Pink Crown Prince, he was even more mysterious. He was the youngest devil king of the devil race. According to legend, as long as he didn't fall, he would definitely be a great devil king in the future. So strong. If I were to fight with evil god of immortality, I'm afraid it would take more than 500 rounds to determine the victor. Primeval Beginning frowned as he stared at the martial arts platform. The laws there were extremely crazy. Evil chi and devil chi were colliding. Although evil god of immortality's overall strength isn't comparable to Pink Crown Prince, when he fights to the death, his overall strength can increase by 10 to 20%. Moreover, the mysterious spear in his hand is quite powerful. It's half a step into the ranks of 4-star immortal weapons. Therefore, Pink Crown Prince won't fight force with force at the beginning. If he gets injured, it will be disadvantageous for the next battle. Lin Ling explained. Then does evil god of immortality have a chance to win? Yu Yu asked curiously. No chance at all. Chapter 2086. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Heaven-blessed martial god's choice. At this moment, the battle on the martial stage was getting more and more intense. All sorts of lights shot up into the sky, dazzling everyone. One could vaguely see an evil god holding a long spear, as if he was the lord of the world, sweeping through everything like a hot knife through butter. On the other hand, the Pink Prince surprisingly kept his aura, and could only stubbornly resist the attacks of evil god Immortal. Could it be that evil god Immortal can counterattack? Many people had such guesses, but clearly, they were overthinking it. Because evil god Immortal was fighting with his life on the line, he couldn't maintain his crazy momentum forever. As his aura weakened, Pink Prince finally unleashed a terrifying power of law. Your arrogance has come to an end, great devil kingdom. Countless power of law shot out from Pink Prince's body like meteors. If one looked closely, it was as if he had opened the door to the devil kingdom, allowing the devil race to step into the human world. 100,000 demonic soldiers. Each demonic soldier was a law, which meant that he had unleashed 100,000 laws. This was also the second genius after Lin Ling to unleash 100,000 laws. How are you so strong? Evil god Immortal began to panic. How could his laws be compared to his opponents? It could be said that those who could unleash 100,000 laws were the first batch of geniuses. He was still far from that height. Kiki, you underestimate me too much. Pink Prince revealed a sinister smile. Under his control, the army of the Devil Kingdom drowned evil god Immortal. Clang. Until a broken spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, the battle finally ended. Cracks appeared on the mysterious spear, but everyone could clearly see that it was evil god Immortal's spear. Looking at the martial stage again, there was still demonic chi, but evil god Immortal had disappeared. He's dead. The first genius to fall among the 10. The crowd began to sigh. Was being eliminated the same as death? As for heavenly god Jianghu of the god race, his face was cold. He looked deeply at Pink Prince, but still remained silent. The nation of God's goal was to get one of the 5 spots. That was enough. For example, if evil god of immortality could get a spot, it would be great. But if he failed, the nation of God would not be angry. In fact, the ancient giants of the other races also thought the same. No matter what, they had to obtain a spot and become a seeded contestant. 3 years later, they would participate in the Genesis battle together with them. Then, the next contestant appeared. It was Yuan Shizi. At this moment, his expression was grave because none of his next opponents were pushovers. Who should he choose? In the end, he chose the devil race's devil pride. Brother Ling, will Yuan Shizi win? Looking at the 2 people on the stage, Yu Yu said worriedly. Yuan Shizi was their friend. She naturally hoped that he would win. If Yuan Shizi is courageous enough, he can win. Otherwise, both sides will suffer great losses. Lin Ling looked at the giant stone martial platform and sighed. Yuan Shizi was already praiseworthy for coming this far. However, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Mo. Of course, it would be difficult for the latter to defeat him as well. Both of them were geniuses on the same level. However, Yuan Shizi actually had a chance to win. It was just that the danger was greater. This was because Lin Ling noticed that Mo was the kind of devil race warrior who became fiercer the more he fought. Therefore, to defeat him, it was best to use all of his strength from the beginning and put his life on the line. Unfortunately, Yuan Shizi's battle experience was too rich and he was never careless. The advantage of this was that he could win 7 out of 10 battles. The disadvantage was that if he was too cautious, he would miss the opportunity to defeat his opponent. Sometimes, when opponents were evenly matched, it was a battle of the mind. Lin Ling said his thoughts, and Yu Yu and the others nodded. Sometimes, I wonder if you are the reincarnation of an old monster. Why can't we see it but you can? Emperor Liho and the others were also beside him. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they all smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled helplessly. But he was indeed the reincarnation of an old monster. And the result of the battle on the giant rock martial arts platform was as Lin Ling had guessed. The two of them ended in a draw, and both of them were injured. As a result, the two of them lost their chance because the remaining geniuses would definitely challenge them in the following battles. Soon, when it was Heavenly God Jianghu's turn to go on stage, he killed the Devil Race warrior and dealt a heavy blow to Pink Crown Prince. The next battle was Yu's turn. She listened to Yuan Shizi's suggestion and challenged him directly, winning easily. Yuan Shizi was also completely eliminated. However, one should not let one's own fertile water flow into one's own fields. Benefiting Yu was definitely better than benefiting others. The remaining opponents were Heavenly God Jiang, Heaven-Blessed Martial God, Pink Crown Prince, Lin Ling, and Yu. Lin Ling's women are so powerful. They actually made it to the end. This result is beyond imagination. Moreover, there are actually 4 humans who made it to the end. TSK, impressive. Looking at the remaining geniuses, the elites of the 4 races were shocked. They did not expect Yu and the others to make it to the end. Heaven-Blessed Martial God also went on stage very quickly. His gaze swept across the remaining opponents, his brows tightly knitted together. Clearly, there were not many choices left for him. However, if he wanted to win, Yu and Inyuer were actually the best choices. Because they had cultivated for the shortest time, they were probably not the strongest. However, these 2 women were the people he liked the most and the only ones he had ever loved in his life. Therefore he hesitated. Could it be that he should fight Lin Ling? This was the first time in Heaven-Blessed Martial God's life that he had pondered for so long. He really wanted to fight Lin Ling. In fact, he was jealous of Lin Ling's rise. However, if he fought Lin Ling, both sides would suffer great losses. In that case, the godly and demon races would have an easy time. Although the Tianzong martial god didn't like Lin Ling, he was still generous and supported the human race when it came to the greater good. Because he was from the human race. While Heaven-Blessed Martial God was looking at Lin Ling was also looking at him. He reckoned that Heaven-Blessed Martial God was about to challenge him. Lin Ling opened his arms and welcomed the challenge. It was time to settle some grudges. In the past, he had told Heaven-Blessed Martial God that if he did not oppose him, Lin Ling, he would welcome him and treat him as Yu and the other's older brother. Unfortunately, Heaven-Blessed Martial God was too arrogant and chose to oppose Lin Ling in the end. Lin Ling also faced him head-on. Are you still hesitating? Lin Ling stole your woman. Heavenly God Jiang said with a smile. His words were calm, but there was a hint of temptation in them. It would be great if the 2 top geniuses of the human race could kill each other. Chapter 2087. Heaven-Chosen Martial Artist vs Pink Prince. They're just women. What's there to care about? As long as you become the sovereign of heaven and earth, what kind of woman can't you have? You'd better not be too stubborn. You're a heaven-blessed martial artist, but lust is a knife above the character of character. Pink Crown Prince also spoke coldly. Hearing these words, Tianzong's eyes flashed. He glanced at Yu and the others, causing Lin Ling to frown. Did Tianzong want to fight Yu and the others? I'm sorry, but I can be very stubborn sometimes. So, Pink Prince, let me fight you. Surprisingly, Heaven-Blessed Martial Artist chose Pink Crown Prince in the end. What? This choice was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination. Yu and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were extremely surprised. Even Lin Ling was the same. His view of the Heaven-Blessed Martial Artist had quietly changed. Although this person was arrogant, it was undeniable that he still had his own principles. Pink Crown Prince was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned ugly. Previously, he was trying to bewitch the Heaven-Blessed Martial Artist. Who would have thought that the other party would not be fooled at all? Instead, he challenged him directly. You will die. This made Pink Crown Prince furious. Hee, if you have the ability, then say it. Heaven-Blessed Martial Artist floated above the giant stone martial platform. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Pink Crown Prince also appeared, and the two of them stood several hundred meters apart. A great battle was about to break out. I've long wanted to try your God-slowing path, Great Devil Kingdom. Crackle. Pink Crown Prince erupted with a terrifying power of law. His body opened up the Devil Kingdom, allowing the Devil Race army to descend. I also want to test the power of your Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master. A sword appeared in the heaven-blessed martial warrior's hand. His aura was still as arrogant as ever as he slashed out. Something mysterious happened. Everything on the martial arts platform slowed down. This was his innate talent. Reaching the 7th grade of the divine rank was also known as the divine slow path. Under his innate talent, many things would slow down. When martial artists clashed, speed was extremely important. Even laws were the same. As for his sword, it brought with it a dark blue light. There were illusions of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon. This sword contained 80,000 laws. Rumble. In the Devil Nation, the terrifying Devil Race army attacked. At this moment, the Pink Crown Prince was like a great Devil King. Heaven-blessed martial god was like an assassin. Amidst thousands of soldiers and horses, he charged toward the Pink Crown Prince to kill the enemy leader. The entire giant rock martial platform seemed to be falling apart. I am me. I have my own path and my own choice. Wind and cloud domination. His sword shone brightly and finally erupted with a terrifying law power. This sword actually reached 110,000 laws. Obviously, he finally used his full strength. Sigh. At this moment, a soft sigh came from the sky. It was a middle-aged man in white. This person was one of the giants of the human world, Immortal Drunken Wine. In fact, heaven-blessed martial god had already begun to learn martial arts from him in the later stages. He had also given heaven-blessed martial god a lot of pointers, hoping that heaven-blessed martial god would win the 4-race competition and eventually fight side by side with him in the battle of creation. Moreover, he guessed that it would not be difficult for heaven-blessed martial god to enter the top 5. However, he did not expect heaven-blessed martial god to give up the best chance to win and actually challenge Pink Crown Prince. This decision was obviously not wise. Rumble. The sword that contained 110,000 laws slashed out in all directions. Pink Crown Prince's expression changed. As expected of the strongest genius of the human race. His body kept floating back, but it was still too slow. His arm was cut off. When he floated in the distance, his face suddenly became gloomy. Blood kept flowing out from the cut-off arm. Heaven-blessed martial god. Heaven-blessed martial god. Seeing this, the human race cheered. The top genius of the demon race had been injured by heaven-blessed martial god. However, heaven-blessed martial god did not look proud. He knew that Pink Crown Prince was not that simple. You want me to reveal my true form? You are really something. Indeed, Pink Crown Prince bared his fangs. A large amount of red clouds floated out from his body. His body also grew crazily and became even more demonic. His armor had disappeared. Instead, he was bare-chested and barefooted. There were ribbons on his body, which made him look very strange. He looked like a Buddha, but also like a demon. He looked more like a happy demonic Buddha. The most terrifying thing was that his cultivation had reached level 2 martial emperor realm. The law power that he had was increasing crazily. Chapter 2088. Fall from grace. The sky was filled with his laws, reaching 150,000 laws. The heaven-blessed martial artist hid his trump card. He is actually a LV2 martial emperor. The entire 100 Years Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. In this pinnacle battle, Pink Crown Prince had actually erupted with such strength. Even heaven-blessed martial artists' pupils constricted. Tianxiang Devil Kingdom. Pink Crown Prince's voice became sharp. It did not sound like a man's voice, nor was it like a woman's voice. It was extremely strange. Under his ribbon, a sky full of witches appeared and floated toward heaven-blessed martial from all directions. From afar, they looked like countless fairies, but the crowd knew that they were witches. Path of divine moderation. Heaven-blessed martial god's face fell as he activated his innate ability. Although it slowed down the witches, they still flew toward him and surrounded him. It was only a matter of time. Heaven-blessed martial god is in danger. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. He sensed that these witches were actually part of the devil army, and their power of law was even stronger than the previous devil army. Brother Ling, what should we do? Yu Yu asked worriedly. Lin Ling shook his head. There was nothing he could do now. After all, this was the 4-race competition. Death Devil Kingdom. At this time, Pink Crown Prince attacked again. Endless colored ribbons shot toward heaven-blessed martial god. Quiet night, soul-shattering dream. Once awakened, stars twinkle on the Chishi. The sword in heaven-blessed martial warrior's hand danced in the air to block the ribbon. However, he was distracted, which caused the effects of the path of divinity to weaken. The witches were getting closer and closer to him. When he looked over, he suddenly understood. Those witches were actually Yu Yu and Inyue. How could this be? He was becoming more and more dazed. Death Coil. At the same time, taking advantage of his absent-mindedness, the Pink Crown Prince sneered and activated the terrifying ribbons to bind him. In the end, his spirit-slowing path lost its effect. The surrounding witches rushed over and began to transform. They actually turned into numerous yakshas. Seeing this, Tianzong martial artist's face turned pale. He knew that he had lost. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to below the martial platform, landing on Yu Yu and Inyue. I'm very sorry. In the past, I swore to protect you all for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, I can't do that now. I'm very happy to have met you all. He smiled. In this life, as a proud son of God, there was nothing that could catch his eye. However, ever since he saw Yu Yu and the others, he was moved. He didn't know if it was love, but he had a feeling that he would protect them for the rest of his life. Perhaps, this was also a kind of sibling relationship. Or perhaps, this was a favor he owed in his previous life. Originally, he could have protected them forever and enjoyed those happy and peaceful times. However, their true destined son of heaven had appeared, and it was Lin Ling. What angered him the most was that Lin Ling was very strong in all aspects, not weaker than him. As a result, the people he wanted to protect were gradually leaving him. Therefore, he targeted Lin Ling and wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. However, he realized that all this was unnecessary. Most importantly, Lin Ling was stronger and more qualified than him. Brother! Yu Yu and the others' eyes were already wet. Perhaps, when one is about to die, one's obsession can be seen clearly. Perhaps, I should have listened to Lin Ling and made peace. Tianzong martial artist laughed again, but this time, it was a relaxed laugh. If time flowed back, he would have chosen to make peace after Lin Ling's suggestion. However, I am relieved because the man who will protect you is better than me. Tianzong martial artist laughed even more happily. However, his body was being torn apart by countless yakshas. Blood rained down from the sky. However, he was still proud. He didn't even groan in pain. Lin Ling, I leave them to you. In the end, Tianzong martial artist roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Although he was defeated, he had no regrets. Because the thing he couldn't let go of the most had been handed over to a man who was better than him. Boom. His body completely exploded. Tianzong martial artist. Lin Ling stared at the sky. Was Tianzong martial artist a friend or a foe? In fact, Tianzong martial artist was an enemy. However, he wasn't wrong. He had his own goals, his own principles, and his own pride. He was, in fact, a real man. Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, swear that I won't let you down. Lin Ling clenched his fists and said word by word. At this moment, he and Tianzong martial artist had made peace. Faintly, he saw Tianzong martial artist shaking his hand with a smile, as if he was Yu Yu and the other's brother. The most famous genius of the human race has fallen. Looking at Tianzong martial artist who had died tragically in the sky, countless people sighed in their hearts. Tianzong martial artist was an extremely terrifying existence among the children of desolation. His future was limitless, But today, he died in battle for 2 girls. He gave up his glorious future for his own principles, for his own sister. My opinion of him has changed. The 7 emperors also muttered. Ha, idiot. You deserve to die for love. At this moment, laughter suddenly came from the sky. When people looked over, they saw that it was Heavenly God Nine Sons who had spoken. Obviously, he was in a good mood because there was no competition for the title of the strongest genius of the human race. Originally, he wanted to have a death match with Lin Ling, but things went beyond his expectations. However, dying in the hands of the Pink Crown Prince made him very satisfied. Extreme Frost Realm. However, at this moment, a terrifying soul power attacked, causing Heavenly God Nine Sons to frown. Someone attacked him? Get lost. Golden flames erupted, protecting his body and blocking the soul power. He looked around and saw that the person who attacked him was an Yuer. You have some skills. However, if you want to kill me, we can meet on the stage. Heavenly God Nine Sons' face was extremely cold. On the ground, an Yuer was like an ice fairy. She nodded, and her expression became even colder. Ah, poor guy. He was torn apart alive, and he screamed before he died. What a disgrace. He doesn't have the domineering aura of a king. At this moment, the Pink Crown Prince said with disdain. His gloating voice made people extremely angry. Yu and an Yuer gritted their teeth, and their beautiful eyes were wet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded beside them. In today's 4-race competition, the 2 of you will die. The voice floated out, and a terrifying killing intent swept out like a wave, causing the entire 100 Years mountain to shake and shake. Those who were weaker were so shocked that they fell to the ground. The terrifying aura made them feel as though they had seen the anger of an ancient giant. They looked around and realized that Lin Ling had already drawn his sword, pointing it at the sky. He wanted both Heavenly God Nine Sons and the Pink Crown Prince to die. Boom! After seeing Lin Ling's decision, everyone felt as though their hearts were struck by lightning. It was as though a bomb had been thrown into their hearts. Chapter 2089. Yu takes the field in the sky. Heavenly God Nine Sons and Pink Crown Prince were both stunned for a moment. However, cold smiles appeared on their faces. Lin Ling's strength was indeed not bad, but to obliterate the 2 of them? Dream on. Moreover, they didn't attack Lin Ling before because they were afraid that others would hit them when they were down. But now, there weren't many opponents left. It was time to let Lin Ling know how terrifying they were. Waiting for you. Heavenly God Nine Sons calmly replied. As for Pink Crown Prince, he did not even bother to say a word. He immediately made a gesture of slitting his throat. Following that, Pink Crown Prince planned to leave the stage. You don't have to leave, I'll fight you. However, just as he took a step forward, a clear voice rang out. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yu was staring coldly at the sky. She wanted to fight the Pink Crown Prince? Everyone was shocked. Yu didn't seem to have such strength. Lin Ling also frowned, but he didn't say anything. Big brother Ling, heaven-blessed martial god, was very good to us. He was our big brother. I want to avenge his death. Yu looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with determination and persistence, but she still asked for Lin Ling's opinion. Go, you will win. Lin Ling smiled. His words made Yu tremble. She quickly hugged Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling would object, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling would support her. She was satisfied to have such a partner in her life. Lin Ling hugged Yu and felt the temperature of Yu's body. However, his eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. At the same time, he hung a jade pendant on Yu's waist. As long as I'm here, go ahead and fight. Avenge your brother. Yes. After separating from Lin Ling, Yu flew towards the boulder martial platform. Lin Ling, are you stupid? Although Yu's talent is not bad, how can she be a match for Pink Crown Prince? Lin Ling respects Yu's request too much. Sigh, they're really emotional people. I think that Lin Ling is using Yu to test Pink Crown Prince's strength. He's despicable. There were all kinds of opinions around the 100 Years mountain. In their eyes, Yu's and even Lin Ling's, he's. Now the 5s, but do they still want to fight? This is their own request, so we won't stop them. However, that girl isn't simple. If she's in danger, the ancient giants of the mortal world won't stop them, right? And Yu, martial god Tianyu, but that girl seems to be more talented than martial god Tianzong. Cut the crap. Let's just watch. In the sky, the ancient giants were also talking. Of course, they were also surprised by Yuyu's actions. On the martial platform, Yuyu appeared. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. On her delicate little face, her cold eyes looked forward. Hee, you have a deep grudge against me. But do you think you can beat me? Pink Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuyu indifferently. Yuyu didn't say much. Her purple dress was like a Chinese redbud flower, noble and holy. At the same time, the five-colored light was like a divine light, illuminating the world with a hazy beauty. The light was like a pillar, and a terrifying power of law erupted, reaching more than 90,000. What a terrifying number of laws. Even Pink Crown Prince was secretly shocked. No wonder Yuyu could reach the final round. But to him, it was just SOSO. Great Devil Kingdom. He also erupted with the power of law, and the amount was even greater, reaching 110,000. You know how powerful I am, yet you still dare to come and kill me. What an idiot. Pink Crown Prince was extremely disdainful. He didn't know where Yuyu got her confidence, but he also felt that Lin Ling was stupid to send his woman to death. He didn't use any mysterious methods and directly used the power of law to crush her. In his mind, dealing with Yuyu would be as easy as flipping his hand. In fact, that was what everyone thought. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother anxiously shouted at Lin Ling, complaining that Lin Ling let Yuyu fight. Although her words were unpleasant, it was obvious that she truly cared about Yuyu. Lin Ling didn't care about her rudeness. With a wave of his sleeve, the power of law spread out and shut the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother up. Just watch from the side. I'll handle everything. Alright. Lin Ling was still looking at the giant stone martial stage as he said at the same time. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could only nod. She didn't realize that she, a dignified legend of the mortal world, was now extremely respectful and reverent towards Lin Ling. If this happened not long ago, it would absolutely not have happened. Rumble. The Devil Kingdom opened up in the sky, and countless majestic devil army rushed towards Yuyu. Kill! It was as if an ancient battlefield had descended. At this moment, no one believed that Yuyu could block it. However, a miracle happened. 5 elements divine light, ultimate wheel. Kill! A crisp voice floated in the sky, and the treasure light shone brightly. An even more terrifying power of law erupted. Although the number was still as high as 90,000. However, wherever those treasured lights passed, the demon army would let out cries of agony. It was as if they were being burned by fire and turned into ashes. What? Kill! What a powerful talent! Kill! The entire 100-Year Mountain was shocked, and even the ancient giants in the sky were the same. They never thought that Yuyu's talent was so heaven-defying. Although she had fewer laws, it was obvious that her talent was higher. Could it be a divine body left behind by the godly nation? That's an Xian body. I didn't expect her to obtain it. Alchemy! An ancient giant exclaimed. It was the Fire Cloud God King of the Fire Cloud God King. The other ancient giants also came to a realization. If that was the case, Yuyu's future was more terrifying than anyone else present. Heavenly God Nine Sun's eyes narrowed. It turned out that among Lin Ling and the rest, this beauty called Yuyu was the most powerful. What made him jealous was that this woman with both talent and beauty was actually Lin Ling's woman. If I can't get her, I'll destroy her. I must kill her. Heavenly God Nine Sun's eyes were extremely cold as he placed his hopes on the Pink Crown Prince. However, it was obviously very difficult to kill the Pink Crown Prince. At this moment, the treasure light shot over and corroded his body. He couldn't block it. Yuyu also didn't use any mysterious methods. She directly used her talent to crush the other party. If Yuyu's talent was placed at the top of the talent tree, then the Pink Crown Prince was at the root. The two couldn't be compared. The situation had changed 180 degrees. 100-Year Mountain immediately cheered. It turned out that Yu was the biggest dark horse. Kill the Pink Crown Prince. Yell. The humans all shouted. As for the Devil Army, their aura withered. Great Demon King of the Devil Race, you guys won't forcefully attack, right? Yell. In the sky, Martial God Tianyu said indifferently. He sensed that the Crystal Master of the Devil Country wanted to attack. Chapter 2090. Broken Talisman. However, when everyone thought that Yu was about to defeat Pink Prince, the situation changed again. What a terrifying talent. Unfortunately, you met me. After the Pink Crown Prince was corroded, there was a sneer on his face. 9 blood-colored talismans appeared in his right hand, and he waved them in the air. Instantly, something mysterious happened. The entire boulder martial platform was enveloped by a red light. Pink Crown Prince's injuries rapidly recovered, and he once again returned to his androgynous appearance. The demonic chi was even more terrifying. Moreover, the demonic chi on the giant stone martial platform was vast and mighty, competing with Yu's treasure light. Those laws actually reached as many as 150,000. Although Yu's talent was stronger, and one of her laws was comparable to 2 of the latter's, Pink Crown Prince's laws had improved by too much. 150,000 precepts? Heavens, he's only a first-level martial emperor. Pink Crown Prince actually hid such a trump card. Seeing the situation change again, everyone's hearts jumped violently. This was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. No one could have guessed the outcome. Moreover, the Pink Crown Prince's laws were too terrifying. He was probably above all the geniuses of the 4 races. Boundary Talisman. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Pink Crown Prince to have hidden such a trump card. The 9 mysterious talismans were actually a type of boundary talisman. Moreover, from the looks of its might, it had probably reached the range of a 4-star immortal weapon. It had the power to increase the power of laws. Almost at the same time, Yu, who was on the martial platform, began bleeding from her mouth. She had been injured by the laws. Do you regret it? Do you know fear now? Hee, you dare to challenge me? You really don't know the difference between life and death. However, you still surprised me. I didn't expect your talent to be so strong. Unfortunately, I like to ruthlessly destroy flowers the most. The Pink Crown Prince, who was floating in the sky, was elated. He had dominated the entire situation. He wanted to win. Moreover, he wanted to kill that woman and make Lin Ling regret it to death. Not good. Lin Ling, hurry and help her. Looking at the one-sided battle in the sky, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother pulled on Lin Ling's hand, her face full of worry. Right now, she could only treat Lin Ling as her last hope. Lin Ling slapped her hand away, but his eyes were still looking at the sky. He could also see that Yu was in danger, and it was extremely dangerous. Martial God Tianyue, that girl's talent is indeed impressive, but she's about to die. You won't stop her, right? As for the great demon kings in the sky, they laughed mockingly. Clearly, Martial God Tianyu and the others had said those words before. Now, they were returning the words. Martial God Tianyu and the other ancient giants had ugly expressions on their faces. They naturally did not want Yu to die, but it was not appropriate for them to intervene. Lin Ling, I'll kill your woman. Pink Prince also did not want to complicate matters. For a monster like Yu, it was safer to kill her as soon as possible. Yu's life depended on this moment. She wanted to avenge Martial God Tianyu, but she did not expect to be dragged into the mess. You'll win. However, at that instant, a chuckle could be heard from the ground. The crowd turned around and saw Lin Ling speaking. How could Yu possibly win under such circumstances? Lin Ling was too naive. The crowd thought Lin Ling was just comforting himself, including Pink Prince. His demonic hand grew bigger and grabbed at Yu as if it was blotting out the sky. The murderous intent was getting closer to Yu. However, at that instant, the jade pendant that Lin Ling had hung on her waist spoke. Go to the east, find the red dot in the sky and destroy it. Yu's eyes glittered. It was Brother Ling's voice. At that moment, She followed Lin Ling's instructions and rushed to the east. She was lucky enough to find the first red dot. She immediately slapped it out and the space shattered. The red dot also disappeared. Go to the west, find the 3 black dots hidden on the ground of the martial arts platform and destroy them. Lin Ling's voice floated over again. His voice was very anxious because he was in a hurry. Okay. Yu shot toward the ground. Go to the north, find the 2 white dots in the void and destroy them. Go to the south, find the 3 red, black and white dots on the ground, sky and void. Destroy them. You've won this battle. The voice kept drifting out. Yu gritted her teeth and rushed around. Her heart was burning with the flames of war. Brother Ling was helping her. She could not let Brother Ling down. She wanted to avenge martial god Tianyu herself. What is she doing? Maybe she's thinking of a way to escape. However, running around like a rabbit is really shameful. She wants to avenge martial god Tianyu? She's just dreaming. On the demon's side, a lot of mocking voices floated out. Even the Pink Crown Prince was extremely surprised. Was that proud daughter of heaven scared out of her wits? However, being surprised was one thing. His demonic claws were getting closer and closer to Yu. He could even imagine the scene of her dying and Lin Ling's painful expression. And this was the result of provoking him, the Pink Crown Prince. However, what made him even more surprised was that Yu finally stopped and floated in the sky. Had she completely given up? Not only the Pink Crown Prince but the others also thought so. Especially the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, her face was pale. She had completely given up. Among the crowd, only Lin Ling revealed a confident smile. He shouted in a low voice, "Break? Break." Along with his voice, a strange thing happened on the martial arts platform. The demonic aura retreated like a tide. The originally tall, androgynous Pink Crown Prince seemed to deflate at this moment. His body kept shrinking and finally returned to his original form. Coincidentally, his attack stopped in front of Yu. However, it was difficult to advance any further, because his power of law was left with less than 100,000. This sudden change stunned the Pink Crown Prince. If not for the changes in his body, he would have thought that he was dreaming. But the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Everyone saw that the Pink Crown Prince was slapped by Yu. His face swelled up like a balloon. "You have lost." Yu's voice was extremely cold. Bang. Seeing this situation, the entire 100-Year Mountain was shocked. The ancient giants in the sky all sucked in a breath of cold air. What had happened? Only Lin Ling's expression was calm. This was because the Pink Crown Prince had used a barrier talisman called the Fish Dragon Magic Mansion. It was forged from the bones of the 9 fishes from the martial god world. It could form a demonic country and greatly increase one's demonic laws. However, external objects could not compare to one's own strength. As long as one could break this talisman, the Fish Dragon Magic Mansion was not worth mentioning. Of course, if Lin Ling did not have Li Xiaoyao's memories, he would not know how to break the previous talisman. But at this moment, another slap sounded in the sky. The left side of the Pink Crown Prince's face swelled up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His barrier talisman had disappeared? How could this be? Who had helped Yu? He was very sure that this was not Yu's masterpiece. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Ling on the ground. His heart trembled. Could it be Lin Ling? Kill him and avenge your brother. Kill! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice came from the jade pendant on Yu's waist. It was Lin Ling. Chapter 2091. The battle between the strongest geniuses of the human race and the Protoss Pink Prince sucked in a breath of cold air upon hearing that sound. His dragonfish demonic rune came from the 5th city of the nation of God. It was his trump card, and he was confident that he could fight Heavenly God 9 Suns with it. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be able to break through his trump card? How did this Lin Ling know about this? One had to know that after he had obtained the Fish Dragon Wraith Charm, he had consulted 300 ancient martial artists before he finally figured out the basics of boundary charms. What other arrogant methods do you have? Use them all. At this moment, Yu said word by word. Go ahead and use it. This was asking the Pink Crown Prince to take action. Without a doubt, this was a humiliation to the Pink Crown Prince. Unfortunately, was there still a Pink Prince? Even if he did, how could he be a match for Yu? I admit defeat. Under countless gazes, Pink Crown Prince knelt down and admitted defeat. No one could react to this situation. Pink Crown Prince was too shameless. He couldn't win, so he admitted defeat directly? Previously, he would rather die than admit defeat against the heaven-blessed martial artist. This is the #1 genius of the demon race. However, Pink Crown Prince didn't care about any of that. Not only did he kneel down, he kowtowed. I admit defeat. Please show mercy. Compared to face, his life was obviously more important. Of course, his heart was bleeding when he was asked to kneel for a woman. I can't hear you. Unfortunately, Yu's delicate little face was cold. She thought of her brother's godly martial prowess. She thought of how the latter couldn't let go of them even in death. She recalled how her brother had entrusted her and big sister Yu, Lin Ling. Therefore, how could she let the Pink Crown Prince off just because he admitted defeat? I can't hear you. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out from the ground. We can't hear it either. The voices of the humans also drifted out in unison. What was surprising was that the demons were silent. Perhaps they felt that the Crown Prince was too shameful. All right, according to the rules, Pink Prince has already admitted defeat. It's time to stop. In the sky, the great demon king said coldly, I can't hear you. However, the ancient giants of the human race all spoke at the same time. All of you. The great demon kings of the demon race were enraged. They had never thought that the ancient giants of the mortal realm would be so shameless. Facing the great demon king's wrath, martial god Skypass and the others sneered and retorted, I just learned it from you. For a moment, the entire world was Black Sun's 9. The Pink Crown Prince's face was somewhat pale. Everyone around him was acting dumb. Clearly, no one would help him. Thus, he did not say anything and quickly ran away. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, a 5-colored treasure light enveloped his body. The laws were like flames, burning him. Yu floated in front of him, her cold eyes looking at him. Look at how pitiful your death is. No one from the demon race will speak for you. After you die, no one will remember you. My brother is a heavenly martial artist. You mocked him for not being cruel enough, but at least we remember him. We will avenge him. Therefore, my brother's principles are not wrong. Then she turned and left. Save me. Pink Crown Prince couldn't move at all. His body was still burning. Unfortunately, no one from the demon race said anything. This wasn't the demon race helping the human race, but the demon race was magnanimous. They were willing to accept defeat. Pink Crown Prince's action clearly violated their principles, making them feel disdain. Under the gazes of countless people, the son of the demon king was burned to death. The crowd stared at Yu. They didn't expect that today would be Yu's martial stage. This battle shook the 4 races. Brother Ling, thank you. Returning to Lin Ling's side, Yu hurriedly hugged Lin Ling. Tears flowed out of her eyes. It was as if the knot in her heart had been untied at this moment. She avenged the heavenly martial artist. If it weren't for Lin Ling, she definitely wouldn't have been able to fulfill her wish. And Yue also walked over, holding Yu's hand. She was extremely emotional. Hey, don't cry. The heavenly martial artist also doesn't want to see you unhappy. Lin Ling looked at Yu tenderly, wiping away the tears on her face. But Yu immediately nodded, smiling through her tears. The 100 Years Mountain was still like boiling water. No one expected that the remaining geniuses of the 4 races competition would be these people. Moreover, one of the 5 spots had died, leaving only 4 spots. Without a doubt, the missing spot would be replaced by the person who had been eliminated before. Therefore, Yuan Shizi also had a chance. He was instantly stunned. Even lying down was qualified? The others were also surprised by Yuan Shizi's heaven-defying luck, but soon their gazes landed on Heavenly God 9 Sons. Previously, Pink Crown Prince's strength was obvious to all. However, Pink Crown Prince was also wary of Heavenly God 9 Sons. Although the latter had never unleashed his strength, He was definitely not weaker than Pink Crown Prince. And now, Lin Ling was going to fight Heavenly God Nine Suns. This was also a battle between a human and a god, the strongest genius. The battle had yet to begin, but the entire 100 Years Mountain was filled with anticipation. Son of Huang, Lin Ling, the #1 genius of the human race, the representative of miracles. Heavenly God Nine Suns, Jin Feiwu, the #1 genius of the god's race, the most mysterious existence in the 4 races competition. Who would be stronger in a battle between the two of them? If Yu fights, she still has a chance to win against Heavenly God Nine Suns. If it's Lin Ling, it might be a little difficult. So far, Lin Ling's most dazzling points are his laws and that sword. That sword is not simple. Previously, it erupted with 18 laws. It's heaven-defying. You don't understand. That sword is targeted. For example, it targets killing intent. If it's against Heavenly God Nine Suns, it definitely won't have so many laws. Moreover, Heavenly God Nine Suns has the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. How can Lin Ling block him? Lin Ling also has the Yellow Springs flame. Although its level is slightly lower, he's not someone who can be trampled on. The battle had yet to begin, but everyone was already evaluating it. However, in general, Lin Ling was slightly weaker. There were fewer people who thought highly of him than Heavenly God Nine Suns. The ancient giants in the sky had solemn expressions on their faces. In reality, they did not wish to see this battle. This was because both of them were qualified to participate in the creation battle. If they were to clash now, it would be a loss to everyone if they were to die. However, the battle between the two was unavoidable. Therefore, they could only watch. Of course, the ancient giants of the god race, demon race, and ghost race were not willing to accept this. Because of the 5 spots, the human race had occupied the most, leaving only Heavenly God Nine Suns. It's best if he kills Lin Ling. Yes. Therefore, the ancient giants of the 3 races could not wait for Lin Ling to die. They all saw Heavenly God Nine Suns as the last seed. They could not let anything happen to him. How about a bet? In the 5th city of the nation of gods, everyone has obtained a lot of deity crystals. These treasures only appear in the martial god realm and are of great help to the martial emperor realm. So, do you dare? Chapter 2092. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Absolute Strength. Hee, that's a good suggestion. I agree. The battle between the strongest geniuses of the human realm, I think the ancient giants of the human realm will support the #1 genius of the human clan. Do you dare? The ancient giants of the ghost clan and the great demon king of the demon clan all spoke. On the human clan's side, the ancient giants were silent. They were in the outer sky, the highest sky in the world. All the experts in the world had to look up to the sky. I bet 10 divine gems on Lin Ling. At this time, a firm voice sounded. It was martial god Jianghu. No one had expected her to be so confident in Lin Ling. I also bet 5 divine gems. 3 divine gems. Martial god Tianyu, the guardian of the human realm, spiritual master came, and the others all placed their bets. TSK, all right, I'll bet with you. The divine nation's sun god emperor laughed. He naturally bet on heavenly god Jianghu. Divine gems were undoubtedly the most mysterious items in the world. It was said that a piece of divine gems could allow a first-level martial emperor to smoothly break through to the next realm. It was extremely rare because it hid the power of law. Therefore, even the ancient giants attached great importance to this treasure. I bet 3 divine gems on Lin Ling. Surprisingly, the 2 ancient giants of the immortal divine nation placed their bets on Lin Ling. This made the sun god emperor's face turn ugly. He sneered and said, "You will lose miserably." Thank you for your reminder. The immortal Buddha Lord laughed. He was Zhang Yingjun's father and Zhang Yingjun was Lin Ling's friend. Naturally, he would bet on Lin Ling. Of course, his heart ached. If he lost, the price he had to pay would be great. Lin Ling, don't let us down. I bet on heavenly god Jianghu. Although Lin Ling represents the human clan, I don't think he will win. Therefore, I also bet on heavenly god Jianghu. On the human clan's side, two people's actions were unexpected. They were the ancient giants of the Great Saint Realm, Death Arrow Martial God, and the drunken Immortal. Both of them were not interested in Lin Ling Divine Nation, so they could not wait for Lin Ling to lose. The complexions of Taoist came and the others suddenly turned ugly. The human race will never be united. The great demon king sneered when he saw that the bets were almost done. Hee, ancient martial god Jianghu, you actually bet 10 pieces. Just wait to go bankrupt. Wait and see. Martial god Jianghu said coldly. Then she looked at the ground. The others did the same. The battle between the peak of the younger generation was about to begin. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the light of the sun shone in all directions as a dazzling figure stepped onto the boulder. It was none other than Heavenly God Nine Suns. Fight me? You don't know how you're going to die. Now that the final battle had arrived, Heavenly God Nine Suns clearly had no intention of holding back. The grudges between him and Lin Ling were indescribable. Thus, he could only end all of this with a fight to the death. Of course, he believed that Lin Ling was thinking the same thing. How arrogant! Before the battle even started, everyone could feel Heavenly God Nine Suns' oppressive aura. Unlike Heavenly God Nine Suns, Lin Ling flew up from the ground steadily and landed on the martial platform. Although his aura was stable, it gave people the illusion that Lin Ling was inferior to Heavenly God Nine Suns. On the martial platform, the two of them stood a few hundred meters apart. Heavenly God Nine Suns narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. He had a rough understanding of Lin Ling's strength. He had 50,000 nomological laws, 2 great talents, and the Yellow Springs Flame was at least a 6th grade divine grade. Apart from that, that sword was also extraordinary. It could raise nomological laws by about 50,000. This was the strength on the surface. As for what was hidden, he guessed that it was the Yellow Springs Flame. Similarly, Lin Ling was also evaluating his opponent. Heavenly God Nine Suns was at the same cultivation level as him, but his talent was a grade higher. As for the number of nomological laws, he did not know. Of course, what troubled Lin Ling the most was the mysterious aura on Heavenly God Nine Suns' body. And that was what Lin Ling feared the most. It was also because of that Heavenly God Nine Suns was more powerful than Pink Prince. Perhaps when the battle reached its peak, that trump card would be revealed to the world. You should rest for a while. Otherwise, you won't accept your loss. Heavenly God Nine Suns spoke first after the two of them had a rough estimation. Lose to you? Lin Ling smiled. If I remember correctly, not long ago in the 5th city of the Nation of God, you were utterly defeated by me. What right does a loser like you have to say that? Heavenly God Nine Suns was clearly displeased. He said coldly, that was in the past. Now, I've been reborn. The humiliation of the past will not happen again. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling shook his head. I'll give you a chance. Use your primordial divine crow and that mysterious ancient snake. I'll kill them in front of everyone and let you see how petty those trump cards are. Heavenly God Nine Suns said cold words. As soon as these words fell, the entire 100-year mountain was in an uproar. Heavenly God Nine Suns was extremely confident. This was because Lin Ling had been able to threaten the giants of the mortal world for a long time. However, Heavenly God Nine Suns wanted him to use those trump cards. Of course, Lin Ling would not be so stupid as to use those trump cards. He did not want to become a laughingstock if he won. Enough nonsense. Let's begin. Lin Ling let out a low roar. The terrifying law of space erupted from his entire body, and an Azura demon king roared. With a sword in hand, he pointed it forward. The tyrannical singing sword's laws were also activated. However, as everyone had guessed, the tyrannical singing sword could not erupt with more laws against Heavenly God Nine Suns. It could only make Lin Ling's laws barely reach 100,000. Of course, Lin Ling still had other trump cards. For example, his strongest soul power. However, he did not dare to use it rashly. He had always been wary of Heavenly God Nine Suns' strange power. That's all. Heavenly God Nine Suns sneered. The power of laws was even more turbulent than Lin Ling's and it surged out like a tide. In an instant 150,000 power of laws erupted. Moreover, his cultivation realm was also revealed. He was actually a stage 2 martial emperor. Just like Pink Prince, he hid his cultivation realm. The crowd exploded. As expected of the number 1 genius of the deity's race. Even Lin Ling frowned. Heavenly God Nine Sons was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, he had already drawn his sword. No matter how strong his opponent was, he had to fight. Let's see how amazing your stage 2 martial emperor is. Lin Ling's figure became illusory. It was as if he was shuttling through space. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Heavenly God Nine Sons. His sword ruthlessly slashed down. Great creation! Heavenly God Nine Sons' long robes fluttered in the wind. He had a disdainful smile on his face. You are fast. Unfortunately, I was waiting for your sword. Rumble. As the sword slashed down, the power of laws erupted. Heavenly God Nine Sons raised one hand to the sky to block Lin Ling's sword. A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling's body went numb and he felt a burning sensation. Then, he could not control himself and was sent flying backward. When he looked at Heavenly God Nine Sons again, he was motionless. His face was filled with a calm smile. At the same time, a strand of hair fell in front of him. You are already at a disadvantage. You can only cut off a strand of my hair with this sword. This is an opportunity for me to go easy on you. Chapter 2093. The collision of the divine fires of heaven and earth. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at his opponent. He did not expect that his full-powered strike would be so easily blocked by his opponent. Moreover, it was a move that allowed him to win. Use your yellow spring's flame, otherwise you won't have a chance. Heavenly God Nine Sons clasped his hands behind his back. The reason he had given Lin Ling a chance to strike back was because he wanted to let Lin Ling know that he shouldn't make a fool of himself if he didn't go all out. This was also because if he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest. There was no need for him to test the waters and warm up. Lin Ling let out a light breath. Even if he used the flames of the underworld, he was not very confident. But now that things had come to this, it was time to explode with his full strength. White flames began to spread out, first from Lin Ling's arm to his entire body. In the end, the entire sky was filled with white flames. From a distance, they looked like clouds, but they carried with them an indescribably mysterious aura. Furthermore, the scene of the 18 levels of hell appeared, with hundreds of ghosts wailing, as if the yellow springs were descending. One of the 10 great divine fires of heaven and earth, the yellow springs flame from the ghost realm. Seeing this, the entire 100 Years Mountain was in an uproar. The crowd finally saw Lin Ling's yellow springs flame. Can the 7th-ranked divine fire compare to my 5th-ranked divine fire of sun? Heavenly God Nine Sons chuckled as he stared at the sinister flames. Although he could sense that the flames were extraordinary, he still had absolute confidence in himself. He extended his right hand, and a dazzling golden light appeared. It grew larger and larger, transforming into a fireball the size of a millstone. However, it was like a real sun. Crackle. Moreover, as soon as the flame appeared, the world changed abruptly. The underworld flames seemed to have met its match and actually let out a sizzling sound. Boom. At almost the same time, golden flames surged forth from Heavenly God Nine Sons' side like a tidal wave. The 2 worlds of fire, one yin and one yang, collided violently under the gazes of everyone. Countless people looked at this terrifying scene and did not doubt their power at all. Even an ordinary level 5 martial emperor would be filled with hatred in the underworld. The 2 strongest geniuses of the human race and the deity race were truly extraordinary. Let's see how powerful your yellow springs flame is. A faint smile appeared on Heavenly God Nine Yang's face as he disappeared into the golden flames. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling's pupils flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. The 2 figures moved at an unimaginable speed, and their palms were mixed with the characteristics of their respective flames. They collided in the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire sky exploded. White and golden flames sputtered in all directions. Crackle! What was terrifying was that the two flames were actually burning each other. Occasionally, the white flame would be more ferocious, but in the next moment, the golden flame would counterattack, and they were actually evenly matched. As for the focal point of the two great flames, the two figures clashed with their palms, releasing a dazzling light. So fierce. Looking at this dazzling scene, the hearts of countless people boiled. In this confrontation of divine flames, who would have the upper hand? However, Lin Ling knew that Heavenly God Nine Sun's divine sunfire was clearly more powerful than the Yellow Spring's flame. Not bad, you've advanced to the 7th grade of the divine rank. No wonder you weren't burned to death by me. Heavenly God Nine Suns narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He could sense that Lin Ling's flames were still slightly weaker than his own. 8 divisions demon subduing, divine fire nation. With a low roar, the golden flames suddenly went crazy, and countless suns floated out from the flames. The divine sunfire was the true fire of the sun, and it was also the most ancient flame in the world. It was said that it had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was no doubt about its dominance. Lin Ling's white flames suddenly receded like a tide, and Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he retreated. He knew that if he didn't retreat, his Yellow Spring's flame would be burned to nothing. The divine sunfire was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling has lost. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. Lin Ling had indeed lost when playing with fire. They are both divine flames of heaven and earth. One represents Yin, and the other represents Yang, but Yang is the true fire. In fire? It's not worth mentioning. In the sky beyond the sky, the Sun God Emperor smiled confidently. On the path of martial arts, talent isn't everything. Ancient martial god Jianghu retorted with cold words. At this moment, in the sky, after Lin Ling retreated, several golden suns shot toward him. They were as fast as light, and the laws were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling even saw that there seemed to be chains of laws connecting the suns. Go! Without thinking, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword shot out to fight against the golden suns. The speed of his reaction undoubtedly made the 100-year mountain cheer. Of course, it was just cheering. Judging from the situation, Lin Ling didn't seem to have a high chance of winning. The tyrannical song sword was like a meteor. After piercing through 3 suns, it finally dimmed and fell to the ground. It seemed that it didn't have much effect at all. However, it bought Lin Ling a short time. Hell path, hungry ghost path, beast path, human path. Lin Ling's hands moved quickly, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a low voice, as if he was chanting. The surrounding white flames returned in a mighty manner, forming a huge circle. And gradually, there were 2, 3, 6 paths of reincarnation. Sensing the mysterious ring of flames, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, it was as if their souls were being summoned. The 6 paths of reincarnation was one of the great laws of heaven and earth. The one who could control it was undoubtedly the emissary of hell. With that thought, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect that the young number 1 genius actually had the potential to become the emissary of hell. Human path. As Lin Ling's final voice rang out, the 4 paths of reincarnation began to combine, forming an even bigger path of reincarnation in the sky. The darkness in the path of reincarnation seemed to lead to hell. What a powerful power of law. Right? Lin Ling's underworld flame is weaker than the sun god flame, but Lin Ling's martial path of fire is stronger. The 7 emperors became excited when they saw this. If natural talent was a saber, then saber techniques could decide everything. Perhaps Lin Ling could win. At this moment, 9 Suns tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. He still looked very confident. 6 paths of reincarnation? What's the use of that? A soft voice drifted out. However, it didn't affect Lin Ling's state. He softly said a word. Return. Something terrifying happened. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were crushing down. 9 Suns felt an invisible suction force enveloping him and pulling him toward the path of reincarnation. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. All the golden flames followed 9 Suns into the path of reincarnation. One could imagine that after entering, no matter how strong Nine Suns was, his strength would disappear and he would be reborn. Boom. The entire 100-Year Mountain was in an uproar. The crowd hadn't expected Lin Ling's nomological martial arts to be so powerful that he could turn the tables with flames that were one level lower. Even Lin Ling relaxed slightly. The reincarnation circle had sucked Heavenly God Nine Suns in. Even if Heavenly God Nine Suns was a real god, he would still perish. Chapter 2094. Not a match at all. As for the ancient giants in the sky, all of them had solemn expressions. Lin Ling was going to win? Martial God Tianyu and the others laughed. Lin Ling, this little fellow, did not disappoint them. Moreover, things were progressing so smoothly that even Lin Ling could not believe it. That was because the enormous samsara circle had actually brought Heavenly God Nine Suns into it. This also meant that Heavenly God Nine Suns had entered the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, the entire 100-Year Mountain was filled with excited voices, especially the humans. Their blood was boiling, and they were in high spirits. The #1 genius of the four-race competition had been born. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, had suppressed all heroes. As for the experts of the God race, Devil race, and Ghost race, they were silent. They had not expected the #1 genius of the human race to be so terrifying. Of course, if it had been them, as long as they were brought in by the samsara circle, it would have been difficult for them to escape death. This nomological martial technique was simply heaven-defying. The cheers from all around did not make Lin Ling happy. He frowned slightly because things were going too smoothly. Gradually, a sense of unease arose spontaneously. Almost at the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky shook, and a foot stretched out from the darkness. Then a young man with fluttering golden hair walked out just like that. It was Heavenly God Nine Suns. What? He's not dead yet? Heavens, he came back from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The dead can also be resurrected. There was no one who wasn't shocked by this scene. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly God Nine Suns was so strong? He looked carefully at Heavenly God Nine Suns and realized that the latter had changed. A strange aura floated out, and there was a golden flame mark between his brows. His eyes were lifeless, as if he was in a soulless state. No, there was something else on his body. Finally, Lin Ling roughly understood why Heavenly God Nine Suns was so strong. Very good 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, there are only 4 paths. If there were 6, I wouldn't be able to escape death. Heavenly God Nine Suns finally spoke, but his voice was clearly different. It was another person. Next, Heavenly God Nine Suns used his hand as a knife and slashed ruthlessly. Rumble. The samsara circle floating in the sky was split into 2. This level of strength was too terrifying. Even Lin Ling felt a sense of helplessness rise in his heart. This was because he could sense that his opponent was no longer a god race genius, but an ancient overlord of the god race. The current Lin Ling clearly lacked the strength to fight against an ancient giant. Human genius Lin Ling, you're even more useless than I thought. At that moment, an arrogant laughter drifted out. This time, Lin Ling could clearly hear that it was Heavenly God Nine Suns. This time, it was him. This meant that Heavenly God Nine Suns had 2 souls within his body. Thinking back to what had happened in the 5th city of the Nation of Gods, it wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess that the hidden soul belonged to a powerhouse from the martial god realm. Heavenly God Nine Suns had luckily found it in some ruins and allowed that soul to enter his body. After all, the Nation of Gods had been abandoned by the martial god realm. The first batch of powerhouses from the Nation of Gods had definitely come from the martial god realm. This also meant that Lin Ling was facing off against a powerhouse from the martial god realm. No wonder he felt a sense of powerlessness. And that was indeed the case. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was 1 level lower. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was 1 level lower. In terms of power of laws, Lin Ling was even more inferior. There was no way to fight. There was no way to fight at all. Senior, this person must be tortured to death. I want to wash away the humiliation of defeat from him. At that moment, A voice came from Heavenly God Nine Sun's body. It was Heavenly God Nine Sun's own voice. Are you ordering me? You should know that in terms of seniority, you're just my descendant. An old voice also sounded. Heavenly God Nine Suns didn't dare to be negligent. It's just a small request of this junior. The mysterious soul he had obtained so far was extremely terrifying. If it wanted to kill him, Heavenly God Nine Suns, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. Therefore, he didn't dare to offend this person. However, as long as he could curry favor with this person, the benefits would be great. Not only would he be able to cultivate, but his strength would also be greatly improved. And this was his strongest trump card. Moreover, he knew very well that without this mysterious existence, he wouldn't have dared to resist Lin Ling's reincarnation martial arts. However, you're right. He's just a lowly mortal. How can he go against a god? Therefore, I'll let him know how lowly he is. The old voice sounded again. Almost at the same time, Heavenly God Nine Sun's eyes lit up. Golden light shone brightly as he slowly raised his hand. His fingertips were even more dazzling. He's about to attack. His movements were very slow. Everyone saw it and understood the deeper meaning behind it. Taking action slowly was also a form of arrogance. It was a warning to his opponent that he was about to attack. Even Lin Ling's expression was grave. His opponent was very arrogant. Sword come. Lin Ling growled. The tyrannical song of the earth flew over and landed in his hand. Just as he grasped the sword, a beam of light as thick as a finger shot toward him. It was the light of the divine sun fire. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block, but he was pushed back by the impact. Moreover, he sensed that a terrifying flame energy was spreading along his sword. That energy was very domineering. It could burn everything. At the critical moment, Lin Ling hurriedly abandoned his sword and retreated once again. What a clever little brat. If you had abandoned your sword a second later, I would have burned your right arm. Heavenly God Nine Suns said indifferently, like a divine king looking down at an ant. Of course, if you kneel and kowtow and destroy your own cultivation, I might spare your life. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. Although that existence had a powerful background, Lin Ling's background wasn't weak. It was just the martial god realm. It wasn't like he hadn't been there before. Considering your age, I might spare your life if you kneel down and kowtow to me. Lin Ling's cold laughter drifted out. Without a doubt, that mysterious existence was taken aback. Then he laughed out of anger. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant junior. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling moved again. The reincarnation ring was activated by him once more. Unfortunately, this law martial technique didn't have much effect. It was destroyed by that mysterious existence. Lin Ling's flame of the underworld is completely useless. Lin Ling is in danger. Looking at the overwhelming scene in the sky, everyone could already guess the result. Even the ancient overlords from the Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan in the sky sneered. Sigh, it seems like we can't win. Tell Lin Ling to admit defeat. An aging Buddha Lord sighed softly. In this final battle, there is no surrender. There is only life and death. However, the extreme Yang godly monarch said coldly. Martial god Tianyu and the others narrowed their eyes. The extreme Yang godly monarch wanted to destroy the number one genius of the human race. That's right, Lin Ling proposed this battle to the death. How can it end just because he admitted defeat? Let them continue fighting. The ancient giants of the ghost and demon races also spoke. They wanted to kill the number one genius of the human race. Bastard! Martial god Tianyu and the others had ugly expressions. They looked at the ground again and saw that Lin Ling was still fighting. They immediately fell silent.